night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. How's everybody doing tonight? I see a few familiar faces and some new ones out here as people come trickling in. Looks like some people have been alerted of the stream going up. Got Mark Wood out here, Annette, CJ Mobley, Sandsmemetics, which our friend Eric. Let's see who else we got here. The realist McCoy. Well, that's all right. That's an automatic bearing lubrication or an oil lubricator that they had and it was a company named McCoy that came out with that. That's where they came out with it. If it was the real McCoy, because it was guaranteed or something. If memory serves me right. Of course, who knows? The Mandela effect could have changed that shit and it's something completely different now. Who the hell knows? Anyway. God, psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop. What have we done already this year? Jesus, here we are already just into the third month, and we've come out of COVID season and into balloon season, and from balloon season into UFO season, and into going to war with the rest of the world season. And now, what else do we have now? People are, I guess you can make appointments to be arrested now. Our good friend Jesus Trump has decided, I guess, that he's going to be arrested for something to do with that porn star on Tuesday. I can just only picture how that went. You know, they just Department of Justice. Oh, yes, Mr. Trump, this is the Department of Justice. So we're going to arrest you. When's convenient? Tuesday about 2:00. Would that be all right with you? Yeah, that fits into our schedule. Okay, well, we'll see you then. I mean, who the fuck does that? Right? They went in on Roger Stone at 4:00 in the damn morning. Nobody knew he was coming except the news, of course. And, drug him outside in his bathrobe and shit. Everybody's still digging sleep out of their eyes. And this guy, he says, Tuesday, let's see, I have a golf appointment Monday. Tuesday's going to be best for me. Why don't we just go ahead and schedule the arrest for then? Anyway, I've got a small story that's up about that. Let me see if I can replay it. Here we go. I'm going to present this. There we go. All right.
The news alert that we got just as we went off air earlier this morning, former President Donald Trump announced on his social media website, Truth Social, that he is set to be arrested this Tuesday. Now, here's a look at the post that he sent at almost 7:30 this morning. He says that due to, quote, illegal leaks from a Manhattan district attorney's office, he'll now be arrested According to the Associated Press, this is related to a New York prosecutor doing a case examining hush money paid to women who alleged sexual encounters with the former president. Trump provided no evidence that suggested he was directly informed of a pending arrest and did not say how he knew it would happen. So we'll keep you updated there.
So there's that. Now, what I'm worried about is that he put out a thing. Oh, Jack Spratt. Exactly. Yes. How could I have forgotten? And I still have my train derailment decorations up. How could I forget? We totally missed the toxic waste and train derailment season too. Now we're into this. And he is apparently calling for protests. Yeah. Sounds like a great idea there, Donnie. Especially after you helped the protesters in from January 6th languished in a jail with Trump, no pun intended, trumped up charges involved with that as well. And yeah, I'm going to jump right in there and support your dumbass. Fuck that. You think, what I'm seeing is if there are any, they're going to be so full of federal agents, it's not even funny, man. I really do see, I smelled a setup with January 6th. Of course, as you know, I don't live that far away from DC. It's just about an hour and a half drive. I can be there. And thought about, there's that thing when January 6th was going down. And then I started something about it, just didn't see right. And I was like, there ain't no way I'd go up to that motherfucker. There ain't no way I go up to it. And sure as hell, boom, what happened? And I see the same thing. They may be trying to get something ramped up with this shit. I find it very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, on another psyop that they're running on us right now is is with these fucking UFOs. And I watched a very, very interesting interview with a former FBI agent that he's basically the one that they kind of modeled the TV show The X-Files after. And he was talking about these UFOs. It's really an interesting interview. I don't know whether he's put out there as a crock of shit by the government or by the system, or whether his information is legitimate. But he was talking about these interdimensionals that have been fucking with us and for a long time, and that they kind of gained an understanding with them. What is this thing about free stuff? Oh, I don't know. Somebody trying to give me free shit. Cool. I think it was 1952 that these things were like all over buzzing around Washington, D.C. and, in and around the Capitol, all around the place. And there was apparently some kind of a deal reached between these interdimensionals and Eisenhower. And up until this point, until President Doofus, now they're shooting them down and shit. So I don't know, interdementia. Yeah, right, Eric. I hear you. Well, see, that's just the whole thing. I know it's all bullshit, Dreamyland. Absolutely no, the left-right paradigm. That's why I say Trump is part of this. I think he was part of the whole January 6th setup as well. I think he was complicit in the fraud of the election. I think this was designed to go this way. What the end absolute result could be, there's many different avenues we could go down with that, but we know that they work hand in hand. There aren't really any two sides. What I'm looking at is they think that, well, they know that most of us out here believe there are two sides. Okay. They absolutely are into this left-right thing. And they know how heavily vested many people are in that false paradigm. And it wouldn't be very hard at this point in time, especially with the followers of Jesus Trump, to start. Look, all it takes is a few little things to kick off to get President Dementia into bringing in the UN. And that's all it's going to take. We're already seeing them ramping up, trying to take everybody's fucking guns just within the last couple of weeks. Some of the most ridiculous shit we've ever seen. And, then there's this. Oh, okay, now we're going to. And what's this over? Something about the fucking Stormy Daniels shit? Really? This is what we're doing? Come on. But it ain't hard to get some of these Trump tards fucking riled up. You know, they think he's a second coming of Jesus. And it's designed to look that way. He's supposed to be, this is good cop, bad cop on a different level. That's all they're fucking doing to you. You're supposed to see Biden as what you're seeing him as. This is so that when they come to the crescendo of this part of the script, the white knight can come riding in on his horse to save the fucking day. See, you're going to be ready for it. You're going to be ready for it. It's just, who is that going to be? Is it going to be the form of a political candidate? Are they going to bring back a messiah? Are they going to fucking nail us with alien beings? Are they going to, what are they going to do? Or just fucking wipe us out with natural disasters? I mean, it seems like everything's on the fucking table right now. You know what I mean? It really does. I'm going to put this, wait, okay. There was another thing about this as well on this. Because I want to hear what is this the one we just looked at? Yeah. Is this in his own words? Let's see.
Targets are on site.
He's fucking.
It's all here, as we discussed.
See, this economy's doing so goddamn bad that the commercials
If
are
you're
just
an undercover
fucking
agent,
sickening
you
on
need to be
YouTube right now.
undercover. And if you want to
Just
save by
sickening.
bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
News we are now learning
Here. This may be something.
involving former President Trump. He claims in a post on his social media platform this morning that he will be arrested on Tuesday related to the Manhattan DA's investigation into hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election. As part of the post, Trump is calling on his supporters to, quote, protest. ABC News has not verified the claims of an imminent arrest, and the Manhattan DA's office has no comment. But of course, stay with Eyewitness News and ABC News as we continue to learn the latest on the breaking news. We'll update you right here on the air and anytime at ABC7 NY.
See, that's just what don't make any damn sense to me. It just doesn't make any. Oh, I wasn't. It was too. It's showing my screen right there. Hang on.
We are now learning involving former President Trump. He
Thought I had it
claims
like this.
in a post on his social media platform this morning that he will be arrested on Tuesday related to the Manhattan DA's investigation into hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election. As part of the post, Trump is calling on his supporters to, quote, protest. ABC News has not verified the claims of an imminent arrest, and the Manhattan DA's office has no comment. But of course, stay with Eyewitness News and ABC News as we continue to learn the latest on the breaking news. We'll update you right here on the air and anytime at ABC7 NY.
So that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. We don't even know. There's no comment from the DA's office. Is this even really a thing, or is this just something to get everybody fucking crackered out about? Oh no, they're gonna come and arrest Jesus Trump. Listen, I've met some sick fucking people who've talked about, I would die for Donald Trump, and I'm like, well, you're an idiot. You don't even know the man. Think it's a DOD psyop? Yeah, I think it is too. Eric. I think that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to run some kind of shit. I mean, they're hitting us with so much all at once. Like I said, there's so much. I missed the fucking train derailment and toxic waste season. It's just like poor Articudo's here, and they totally fucking up his state right now. They're totally just they're flooding it out. They've had it under drought for the last 15, 20 years, and now all of a sudden it's just atmospheric rivers. I've never heard of atmospheric fucking rivers before, but I guess we have those now. And they're just taking out, whole swaths of area. All the tornadoes and shit that are just springing up throughout the Midwest and that whole area. Man, it's like they're hitting us with everything. And then to add to the mix, let's see if we can get everybody fighting over Jesus Trump. Why not? He's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Trump. Amen.
The people always need a hero, right? And so we will supply them with one. Basically, is the idea. It's like it's an age-old Hegelian dialectic tactic. Like this is like you go all the way back to Julius Caesar, right? And it's It's tried and true. It's you can go all throughout history. That's
Well,
that's
it's,
just
who's the guy? Nero.
there you go.
I mean, they're right there. The false flag aspect of Nero was, they set fire to Rome, and he made it look like the Christians did it, so that there was mass persecution of Christians throughout the city. That's why, and they let it burn. They let it burn. That's why they say, Nero played the fiddle while Rome burned.
Yeah. Or just like the Colosseum, right?
Mhm.
So bread and circuses. This is the most important thing to always remember is like, so if you read this document that I have as my background here, right, there's some key points in that. And like I've said quite a few times now, is that these documents never go away. This was the first notice that was given to England that this is what we're doing. Okay. So like, if you want to fight about it, that's cool, but this is how we're running this over here. Right. And so what Thomas Jefferson, brilliant man, outlines in this, right, is first of all, natural rights are inherent and granted by God. They're unalienable, except by consent, obviously, if you want to give your rights away for some sort of monetary or whatever, but you're free to do that. And that's the point, your natural right to contract. But beyond that, what's interesting is he says that men will suffer abuses while abuses are sufferable. This alludes to the bread and circus thing. So
Yeah.
the other side caught on to this, and they're like, yeah, you will, won't you? So what we're going to do is we're going to make you nice and comfortable. In fact, we're going to make you dependent on your comforts. Do you know how to find fresh water? Do you know how to hunt? No, look at that's bread and circuses. We're going to make you dependent on it. We're going to take it to the next level. We're going to increase you. We're going to make you so comfortable.
Well, it's kind of like how a cat, their feeding instincts are based on the sound of a can opener. Right? And not the scratching of a rodent someplace. They listen for the can opener. That means food. See?
Yeah, exactly. That's Pavlovian, right? Isn't that the guy's name who did that experiment?
Yeah. Pavlov with the dogs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's human behaviors like that. I mean, they do it to you in school. You respond to a bell. Every time a fucking bell rings, it means something. And you know what that bell sequence means. Change classes or a tornado alert, all this shit. And they're always scheduled right on the hour. That's why you and I both don't go schedule our shows on the hour. We pick some
just
fucking random time, because that's like my nose at the fucking clock, because I'm not going to be enslaved by that fucking thing.
Right on the hour, exactly. We're going to be neat and tidy, right?
Right.
I think there's a Pavlovian thing in children's shows, not to get too far off topic, but I only mention this because Michelle and I were standing, in the living room the other day, and this freaking, like I noticed it, because we notice things generally, right? So, Alexis, I don't hear anything, and Alexis, my daughter's sitting there playing, and then all of a sudden her show's on in the background, and I don't hear anything different at all, right? I hear nothing different, nothing that should be out of the ordinary. And she is ripped away from what she's doing by a distraction on her show. And the show had changed songs, but there's some sort of subtle cue that she can hear that we cannot hear in that show. Right. And I pointed that, I said, what the heck did she just hear to make her turn around like that and look at the TV? Because I didn't hear anything, and I was paying attention to her and Michelle at the same time. You know what I mean? And I didn't hear anything different come out of the TV, but she heard something. You know what I mean? So not to get too far off topic, but I just thought that fit with the
thing. I've got a 15-year-old, man. They've engineered these not only our age, but this younger generation, man. They're in the whatever you want to call it, the metaverse. I mean, she's hearing stuff that you and your wife aren't.
It's interesting. It's almost something like maybe we tune out, and they found some frequency that maybe after a certain age we tune it out, so we won't notice it. We will not notice it, but they notice it, right? So I don't know, like I said, but yeah, the creature comforts, right? So this is how they've got everybody complacent. And so the people will suffer while abuses are sufferable, because nobody wants to change their present system. There's great things that all throughout history people will suffer just to keep the continuity of their lifestyle, their family, to keep the peace. Like nobody wants to fight, generally. I mean, not nobody, but most average people they're not trying to have to fight. But the difference is back then they would if they had to. Like this We the People stuff here, they were like, listen, we don't want to fight, but we will. We're not going to be doing this anymore. So, either you can honor this or let's go to war. And that's what happened. Right.
I think the nature of a man or woman homesteading is pacifism. It doesn't mean that I'm not talking about pacifism like, oh, I'm not going to defend myself.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that shit.
Non-aggression principle.
It's the church / the state that throws men in uniforms, creates flags and banners, and creates an enemy that's over there when the enemy's always been at home. It's not the people of a different color, different religion. It's always been the enemy at home.
So I want to, regarding that Trump thing, and if you're okay with it for just a few moments, I do want to bring up that what I was telling you about earlier. Maybe we can get to talking on what the implications of that are. If you,
I wanted to address Gwag's comment down here too. That yes, Sheldon Adelson, this guy, he's been known as a kingmaker. Okay, he's a kingmaker. He donated $160 million to Trump's campaign when he was elected. He just happens to be a close friend of George Soros. And that's what I'm saying, is that these dichotomies are false. You see, they act like, oh, these guys are against these guys, and these guys don't like these guys, and they're not. It's all one big fucking club to keep us under control.
Well, that's what makes our initial system of government so incredible. And I know nobody really likes to hear that because we're so dissatisfied, but the government's not supposed to tell us what to do. The only laws beyond what laws they recognize are either municipal statutes for people who come together to decide they want like a city or town or something, right? But they have to conform to the respecting of natural laws, to the Constitution. But maybe they'll pass laws that want to generate revenue for that specific section, but they cannot infringe upon your rights. So that would only be that's important to understand that the only thing that Congress, any Congress or any system of government under our original Confederation had was the right to just legislate commercial stuff like tax. Okay, this is how we're going to fund our government. So we're going to put a tax on this and a tax on that. Income tax is a violation of your natural right. There'd be no income tax. There would be no property tax because those violate the natural rights recognized by the Declaration of Independence and the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, and the 10 Amendments, or most importantly, the 10 Amendments, right? Well, not most importantly, but you get what I'm saying. So there would be none of those laws. And I want to point out something here. I've just got to bring it up real fast, and then I'll share it to you. So there is this, and this really came to me the other night, and that's why I shared it with you today, because it was like one of those final pieces of the puzzle falling into place. So this Article 1, Section 10, I had a block for them, right, when coupled with the Bill of Rights is the rules surrounding our money and what can be used as tender in this country. That's a big stumbling block for them to get around, as well as the Bill of Rights. That shows you the genius that these people that gave us this framework of government originally wanted us to be free. So much so that they literally had to tear the country apart and reform it anew in the Civil War, right? And that's so it's called so it's Article 1, Section 10. Hold on, I'm trying to find my StreamYard tab and I'll share it real quick. And it's the one that says money, but there's actually an even more important section in there that applies to today that is going to make everybody who's watching scratch their head. And then maybe we can discuss that, right? So, yeah, so if it's, yep, it's right there. Okay. Check this out, right? So, all right, is it showing? No?
Hang on.
Oh, okay. I just want to bring this one point up and then I'll shut up tonight. I'm not going to hijack the show, but I want you guys to discuss this and what this means. I want you to really, I want to get your insight on it, Dad, and think about this and like what it means. Right. And everybody on the panel and in the comments, this is really cool. I'm very excited to share this tonight. Okay, so Article 1, Section 10. Let me know when you're showing. Is it showing?
Yeah, it's on the screen right now.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Article 1, Section 10. No state shall enter into any... Here, let me zoom it up so everybody can see this. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts. Okay, so this again, we go back to the difference between law and equity. Okay, so there can be no natural law impairing your right to consent to contracts, just like there can be no way that you can lawfully or unlawfully, unknowingly consent to a contract. These two things are mutual. The contract has to happen in natural law originally, right? And that's what I want to put. So, but it's this right here. It's called a letter of marque and reprisal. Okay, so what this is, the actual definition of this is it's a sovereign. So now that you guys see it, I'll stop sharing and I'll explain it. But letters of marque. So a letter of marque and reprisal is it's basically a letter that one sovereign, so you have to be a sovereign, gives their profiteering crews back in the day. That so not when they were at war, when two countries at war, one of the sovereigns of one of the countries could use private profiteers, issue them a letter of marque and say, okay, look, if you want to go make money and help with the war, you can go out there privately and pirate vessels. That's what it is. It's legal piracy. You can go out and pirate vessels and make money and you'll help with the war. Okay. Well, that's what a bar card is. That bar card is a letter of marque and reprisal. And I'll explain to you why, because when you go to court and you ask them, is this a court of law or a court of equity? Okay. They have to answer that because they derive their authority from the Constitution, the state constitution, the federal constitution. So if you're going on a ticket, say, is this a court of law or a court of equity? And if either way, the answer to this question is going to trap them. Okay. Because if it's a court of law, then he has to show you a wedding signature where you signed agreement to be brought to court for a contract, right? For the obligation of a contract, right? If it's a court of law, essentially what he's doing is trying to enforce an unconscionable contract because you didn't commit a crime, and law is separate from equity. Equity results from contracts. Law is the law in this country. That's why our Constitution, it's the natural law. That's what we, the people's talking about behind me. Okay. And that's why the Constitution specifically makes a distinction in Article 3, Section 2. Now, if he says it's equity, okay, then you say that's fraudulent. You have to show me the wedding signature again, where I entered into this agreement, because, and your bar card is a letter of marque and reprisal. You have no right to be able to pillage and plunder me as a vessel. Okay. You have no right.
Right.
You say what?
So, go ahead.
Unjust enrichment, and then wait. First, you've got unconscionable contract with somebody that's doing unjust enrichment.
So no, what it is there's two United States in this country. There's the Confederate United States. So when the Civil War happened, those Confederates, all the states were Confederate. That's how they confuse you. They plan that. That's why they engineer this. They name the South the Confederacy, so that for future generations, you wouldn't understand that was our original system of government, was a Confederate. In Penhallow versus Stone's Administrators, it says that in a Confederate federation, the sovereignty resides with the state, and the state does not give up any powers or rights that it does not expressly, nor that it cannot lose its sovereignty, but upon its own act. Now, then you go back to the state constitution, and the state constitution says it's all powers inherent in the people. The original state constitutions, not the ones after the Civil War, right? So they were all Confederate. So the northern states that joined with the Union, which is a corporation, the Union has always been a corporation. Okay, the states that joined with the Union, they were basically thought that they were picking the right side. But what happened after we won is now all of the states are under attack by the Union, which is a corporation backed by the crown of the corporation in England, right? So, which is actually not even owned by England anyway. But my point is that so the United States, as the Union renamed itself as the United States in place of the Confederate. So the difference happened when people stopped saying the United States are and they started saying the United States is. When we were a confederation of nation states, it was the United States are. Now,
okay, well, we're kind of really getting off topic because the topic of tonight's show is about psyops that are going.
I didn't know. I didn't even see it.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of going on. I mean, that's it. That's good stuff, really. But it's what we're trying to get, kind of going over is what the fuck is going on. What are they planning? I mean, this thing. What I started out with was with this arrest of Trump. How stupid it is that what are we going to make an appointment to be arrested? And him calling for these protests. I mean, does he really think that anybody's going to be stupid enough to fall for that fucking bullshit again? I mean, I think he was complicit in setting up that fucking false flag for January 6th. I do. I think he was right on board with that whole fucking thing. He knew what was going to go down with that shit, and then left those people in the DC jail. Even called them fucking traitors. Even called them fucking traitors, and he put them motherfuckers in it. There you go. He's got the Hegelian dialect.
Yeah, now I'm back in topic. I didn't realize you weren't talking about the information I gave you. But now I'm in topic. So this
who's not a traitor?
Huh?
Somehow, some way. Who's not a traitor? Somehow, some way.
Who's not? Huh? Well, people that are
who's not,
who don't know the history of the law and what this country should be. Everybody who agrees to
I wouldn't narrow it down just to the law, right? It's all an experience. You got to narrow it down to your experience, and that's what we speak these days.
Right. But the point of it was, regardless of what your definition of a traitor is or who you've betrayed, okay, the point of the matter is these are people that were supporting him on January 6th and trying to get to the bottom of the apparent fraud that was taking place. Now, this whole thing, what it did when they were in the middle of justifying the electoral votes is when this whole fucking thing started to take place. And what people have lost sight of is that it never was continued. That process of verifying those electoral votes was never continued. It was interrupted in the middle and it never continued. The next thing we know, we got Bozo, right?
All right, ladies.
Hi, James.
All right, now.
See you later.
Right.
Huh? I go to Utah Wednesday.
Oh, Utah is beautiful.
I'm excited.
I've got now.
There. If you got outside noise going on and you're, yakking with your family and shit, usually you mute your mic when that kind of shit's going on.
The whole voting thing was, well, I know you, Dave, and I know Ryan knows what, I'm a registered voter, what that actually does to yourself versus
makes you an enemy of the state.
There you go.
It makes you an enemy of the state because you're part of a private. That's what I was explaining. That's a private corporation. That's not the United States. The United States are a confederation.
That's where I was. That's one of the reasons I went to DC on that. It was trying to explain to these Trump. Listen, they were sweet people generally.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm pointing out is this, is even those people on January the 6th that were there are not aware that Donald Trump and Nancy Pelosi and the rest of these motherfuckers are all in the same club and they're all playing you.
They don't get it's one big psyop.
Yeah, it is.
Right? It is. Yeah.
Here's, I mean, you got to look at this. What happened right after January 6th? These people got locked up. They were thrown in the DC jail. Trump actually spoke bad about them. And they were there in defense of Donald Trump. Okay, so that ought to show you what kind of fucking asshole he is to begin with.
Yeah.
And then for him to call for protests of his arrest and shit.
At the end of the day, that nigga affects you some way. Oh, Lord have mercy on your soul.
So it's just more of this trying to feed it. We'll go on with this for a few more minutes, and then I want to get into the UFO psyop because there's some shit that I just saw.
Yeah, that's just another fucking psyop, motherfucker. Where they been all this time? You ain't realized yet.
But what do you think's going to actually go down on Tuesday? Do you think there's actually going to be an arrest?
Who gives a fuck? What happens where? If we ain't doing something better today, right? Basically.
Right. Well,
They
here's
all
why I
want to
care.
look at
Here's why.
them. Oh,
Let me
look
tell
at
you.
me. Look at me today.
Here's why I care. Here's why I care. Because I
I
know
know
that
why
there's
you
enough.
care, brother. That's why I threw
There's
it out
enough
there.
brainwashed psyops people out there that are willing to commit violence in the name of this ass hat or some other ass hat.
Yeah,
And
instead of
I want to
good
know
deed.
how to, and I want to stay out of the fucking crossfire of it. You understand?
Exactly. I don't need to be in that shit. You need to be in that shit.
Nobody does.
Everybody needs to ask themselves, do you? Are you going to build something today? Love your neighbor. Learn
That's
what
about all you can
survival
do,
really
because,
means.
like I've said, this is
Well,
almost over.
they're coming
This is
for you.
almost over.
You don't understand.
Get the fuck
You do
out of
not understand.
Hollywood.
They're coming for
Yeah.
you. It does not matter where you go. If we do not start taking action, and we always have to start with peaceful action, they are coming for you. Definitely. Tuesday is a psyop.
You think not?
You know what
Everybody
that
think, no,
psyop?
they ain't coming for me. Not today.
Listen, you speak
No.
at great length about nothing. Okay, listen. It is a psyop that is testing to see what the people are willing to take. That is what it is.
It is of the survival.
They throw out these tests to say, are they ready yet? Can we call in the UN? They want you to fight back with violence because guess
Who's
what?
fucking really ready?
This corporation is signed on to the United Nations, and they're just looking for an excuse to bring that peacekeeping force over here. And if you fight back with violence on Tuesday, that's what they want. And then if
I promise you, my grave's already dug.
If you do absolutely nothing, that's just as good for them because then they can keep pushing their agenda.
Go and dig your own grave. I know where it's going. But not on my knees, right?
Who's the enemy? Who's the enemy, City Slicker?
Yeah.
I say the enemy is the one with faulty thoughts. Somebody's trying to get you, right? Oh, they'll tax me, do this. You can't live out of free will. I live freely every day, and that's my goal every day. Barter.
So what's your plan when a fucking company of blue helmets roll up on your fucking crib?
Who cares? You're done.
It's gonna be
I'm trying to not let it get to the point of the blue helmets.
That's what we're at with this. We have to try peaceful resolution. And if we take lawful course through peaceful resolution first and they refuse that, then just like the Declaration of Independence, we tried to.
Is this not a Cold War? Is this not a Cold War?
They
I
want to
couldn't
make
be
it
a better psyop now than ever before.
Just
look at history. Look at your family. I'm gonna yield. Go ahead, bro. I answer your question.
No, I'm telling you, it's already looks like it's getting hot. As we saw with that kid the other night in Utah, as we see in countless number. You can sit all day and watch videos of police abusing fucking people all day long,
24/7.
Yeah.
How do you want the flat Earth to rotate? How do you want it to rotate?
Rotate.
Well, it's flat, but we think that something rotates up there, right? If we're flat, then everything else is rotating.
What you drinking on tonight, City Slicker? What you got over there? What you holding in that cup? Huh?
You said cup. Hey, you must be reading some feed or some shit. Let me show you what's in my cup. But I like your intelligence.
Oh, there we go. Is that chrome? It looks chromish. That's awesome. I have the fugly fun.
Put my hat your way, brother.
He's a fugly.
Because you know. Yeah. Hey, so everybody wants to tell me I'm a crackhead. Look.
No, I don't think you're a crackhead. I think you're being disruptive to the focus of the show, though. 100%.
Nah, but it can't be all about one person, though, right?
No, it's not about any person. It's about a topic.
Right.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
That topic ended when the subject matter changed.
No, it didn't. I switched. I didn't know what the subject matter was.
I'll yield. Then I'll yield.
Cool.
All right.
Go look.
So Eric, you've got some insight onto the. I know you do on that January 6th shit.
Yeah, he lives. He's. That's right. Get some video on that. I yelled again.
Eric, that was for you, bro. I'm talking to you. There you go.
Yeah, just finish your question there. If you, I have some insight. Go ahead.
So what I was asking you, Eric, you've got some insight into that. I mean, if you heard, if you had advice to give to people that are maybe wanting to go out and protest in defense of Jesus Trump, what would you tell them to do? Stay home or what?
Listen, people are going to go out and join Occupy Wall Street. They're going to go to the. Listen, people protest. They invented this since the 60s, the quote unquote counterculture.
That's good.
Thank you.
So speaking of psyops, why do you think they associate the Confederate flag with racism? To get that in your mind so you don't ever look into what a confederation is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the mind that I'm trying to speak and get into. Good subject matter. Burn. Shit. There you go.
Oh my God. The Confederate, but all of these are psyop.
Oh
Even
my
all the way
God.
back then with the hijacking of that movement that was already going on to pass the 14th Amendment to allow the Union to rename itself as the United States of America as a body corporate instead of a confederation, being a geographical confederation of states, right?
Piece of paper again.
You said what? I'm sorry. What did you just say? That was ignorant as fuck. What did you just say? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, you talking to Country City Slicker?
Yes, I am. What did you just say? Slavery?
You refer back to the piece of paper that was what? What happened to that piece of paper?
What do you mean? There was a fraudulent psyops.
You said a redactment.
What redactment? What do you mean? We were still all the way after even when the Constitution was in effect, all the way up until the Civil War.
So if they change that piece of paper, it makes a damn a difference?
Yes, if they remove it back to the Bill of Rights.
No, because you still cast spells on paper, even though it's not.
Oh my God, dude, you're impossible. You're almost as bad as Mr.
No, I'm
B,
not
except for you
impossible.
don't want to learn. Just what the fuck is this even doing?
I've done read everything you're speaking about. You want to see how?
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
No, okay, good.
I can tell you're very well versed on the subject right now.
No, because I'm out in the woods burning some fire. That's how you tell.
And they will come for you.
Oh, good. Let them come from here. I got my own grave dug. Get it?
I believe that. You're digging it right now.
You should.
Jesus, man.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, back to the subject.
Professor. Okay,
I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to give you one more chance, City Slicker. Don't interrupt people anymore. You're being really disruptive, man.
But you know it's necessary. I'm going to yield myself. Man, I'll go over the ball. My bad.
I'll yield you instead. How about that?
I bet you know what's going on with that guy, right? Yeah. So why are we even allowing that to happen on here when we're actually trying to?
I don't know. I give everybody a chance, and I gave him a little bit, and then he's. I'm all for a free country, but when it comes to your personal property, that's yours to do what you want. This channel's your personal property. You can run it how you see fit. That's the beauty of it, right? That's the beauty of being able to have personal property. If you want to kick that fucking idiot off here, who cares? Nobody can say anything about it. It doesn't have any effect on your views of freedom. It's the same thing if you want to kick somebody out of your house. It's the same fucking thing. How can people keep wanting to interrupt and go off topic with shit, and it's you get people like that sometimes, and it's just like, hey, stop. We're going across this thing. We already know. I mean, anybody that knows anything knows that this country was founded they used what was known as the Articles of Confederation. What is a confederation? It is the opposite of a federation. What is, okay? It's non-centralization of power. Okay.
Yes.
And this is how it was. And if you look at it, what is a state? A state is a country. Okay. This is why we call kings, queens, prime ministers, and all these others heads of state, right? And we have a whole department in the government that deals with these other things, a protocol department under the Department of what? State. That's right. It's under state. So you had a unification of countries on the American continent, or United States of America, if you wish. Okay, it means the same thing.
Yes.
European Union, same thing. You still got fucking Italy, you still got Belgium, you still got France, you still got Germany, right? But they are all now unified states under the European Union, and it centralized out of Brussels.
It'd be the equivalent of them attacking Britain for Brexit.
You know, I wonder, have they made Brussels a city state yet?
I haven't heard anything about that.
You know, I wonder, because that's where they headquarter the European Union at.
What you were just saying about the Confederate, that's exactly. See, the Confederation is you have a body Confederate, or you have a body corporate. We don't want to be in a body corporate, right? No, that's it. So the Union was a body corporate. It had always been a body corporate because it consisted of no living people. Okay, from its inception, that representation of representation, that's what it is. Representation of representation is, so when you were elected to a term of service of years, you were considered technically not free, because you're a public servant. So you're a representative. You're not a free person, right? The power is inherent in the people, and you work for them. And then they got together and got another representation. So now you have a representation of a representation.
Yep.
Well, that secondary representation was actually called the Union, not the United States. It renamed itself the United States.
Right.
Okay. And that second representation now has waged war on all of the states and is using the Bar Association to issuing letters of marque called bar cards to judges and lawyers who hire police to pillage your vessels, because we are at war and have always been at war since the Civil War. But they tricked us into thinking to fight each other. We've always been at war against this body corporate since the Civil War. And they are owned by the Crown Corporation in the city of London. Okay, which is a sovereign city-state owned by who? The Vatican.
Did the body politic with the K at the end, or did the body corporate come first? Because it seems like this body politic came first, and then going back to the Psyop, by the way, The Hague, the International Criminal Court, apparently has an arrest warrant out for Putin. So we got the Trump Psyop, and now we got, I don't know if you've heard about, Putin has a warrant out now. So I'll probably be pretty quick too.
Wasn't it the ICC or something like that? The ICC, I just saw a headline about that, and I went, oh, for Christ's sake. You know, listen, here's the thing. When they control the police, they're not going to get arrested. There's been an active arrest warrant since 2011 against Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, that whole fucking family, for crimes against humanity and children.
Oh, look at India. India's prosecuted CEOs and Bill Gates and all this. But here's the thing: a lot of people don't know. The United States corporate is a safe haven for international criminals. That's why Chinese come here, Russian oligarchs. Everyone's like, oh, people love to come to this country. You know who loves to come to the U.S.? Is international
criminals. That's a good point. I'd never actually considered that point, but I do want to clarify real quick. When we say Confederate states, we're talking about the North and South, who the North already got rid of slavery. So that was a confederacy that got rid of slavery. So this was something that was in progress among the people of this country, that this corporation hijacked and used as a psyop to convince us to go to war with each other, when the head of the PSYOP, Abraham Lincoln, said if he could have preserved this body corporate without freeing a single slave, he would have. He said that. So we're not talking about, so great, we learned lessons from this. And now, let's go back to body confederate with women have rights and everybody has rights unless you enter into a contract that takes them away knowingly. And boom, fairness, perfect. And leave us the fuck alone. You get to do your whatever legislation you want on, taxes, as long as they don't affect our property rights. And you can only legislate on things that do not affect any of our natural rights. And that's what this country was. That's why it was amazing. No other country like this in the history of ever.
And there again, I have to go on with like what Lysander Spooner and what he has to say about that. and primarily the Constitution. He says, whether the Constitution be one thing or another, it is either allowed such a government as we have or failed miserably to prevent it. And
The
in
Constitution was
either case,
always
it's unfit
intended
to exist.
The Constitution was always intended to take us over. That's why Thomas Jefferson was so pissed, and him and his Confederate, like Patrick Henry, Thomas Paine, they went around, rallied the people, and said, "You need to get a Bill of Rights amended to this, because the natural rights we gave you in the Articles of Confederation can easily be wiped out by this Constitution through the judiciary and the Bar Association. So you need to get a Bill of Rights amended to this." And that was the only thing that has kept it off this long, and why they had to destroy the country in order to even get us where we're at today. And they had to use fraud and coercion and misrepresentation, which we can undo all of that, because internationally, for a long time now, involuntary servitude and unconscionable contracts are unlawful, not just illegal, unlawful. You can't do that. It's the people that we're supposed to protect it. The right to bear arms, not firearms, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. That's why that is the second. It's like Dave Chappelle so eloquently puts it, the First Amendment is so you can say what you want about your government. The second one is so that in case the first one don't work out.
Right.
That's why they're the first two. Okay. Because they seen this coming. They waited till Jefferson was gone.
Well, I'll tell you what. So here's the bottom line with this, as far as this Trump thing is concerned. If you are of the ilk that you believe in this shit and you want, stay away from any protests. I'll tell you that right now. They're going to be so lit up with glowworms and feds, it's not even funny.
That's why I want to go, because I've been doing this for decades in Thailand, Hong Kong, and
there again, think about it from this look. It's like I said, what if they threw a war and nobody showed up, right? You don't have it. And it's along those same lines. This is all set up to get people to fight, Let's show Donald Trump the same amount of support he showed his supporters that got locked up on January 6th, which is like zero. Fuck him. He's a billionaire. He can get out of his own goddamn troubles. This is what happens when you go fucking porn stars, okay? That's your problem. That's a Trump problem, not our problem. That's the way I look at it. So now I want to know what the fuck is going on with all these goddamn UFOs. Why are they really seeding this into us? Now I'm getting the stories that these things are interdimensionals, man.
Reagan, go back to the
It's always been that.
They've
always been interdimensional. You can't go to outer space.
Right. That's what. Oh, I know that. Let me see. Where is that one? Let me go into my.
Why are we calling him aliens? I thought we have in alien. It's like.
Let's see. Where was that? Let's see. Here it is. This was on. I don't know if any of you watch a channel called Redacted. The guy used to be on Fox News. Him and his wife got a channel now called Redacted.
It's a
more.
Channel if you want to keep abreast of the mainstream news, I guess.
Well, here's what I found interesting about it. It came by, and it's the title of it says a former FBI agent exposes the truth of the UFO invasion. Now, this guy is supposedly the guy that they modeled the X-Files after, is because of this guy's job in the FBI. And he was talking about this, that these things have been around for a long time, and they were no problem until recently when we started shooting them down. That they were actually all around the fucking White House. Now he said they can come into this reality, but only for like a short period of time, that they can't remain in this reality. It's a really, it's about an hour-long interview, but it's really got some great shit. I sent a link to Ryan. I'm going to put a link to it in the chat if y'all want to go over and check that out. It was pretty interesting. And I take everything just as I hear it, and I weigh it out and I see how it sits with what I know. And there again, does it fit in with what I don't know? And I don't know how to take it. I don't know if you've, what are your views on it, Eric? You have to unmute yourself, buddy. Fucking amateur. Where'd Eric go? He was only muted.
Oh, I don't know what he got up off there.
He
Oh,
did. He was
probably-
his thing was muted. I asked him what he thought about it, and he rolled. Anyway, he'll be back. But I mean, what's the do you think it's going to be actually something? I mean, there is a reason that they're seeding this into our subconscious. And this guy said it's not going to be a bunch of holograms and shit. That these things will be real. You will see destruction of cities. You will see destruction of property and death from this.
Do I think that there's any validity to it? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. No, it's just a matter of when.
Well, it looks like it's already taking place. I mean, now they've actually brought it into the forefront of the mainstream media, whereas you can look 25, 30 years ago, the idea of UFOs. You remember when the mayor of Phoenix or the governor of Arizona or whatever came out talking about those lights over Phoenix? And he even made a big joke of it by having an alien come out on stage with him and shit.
Here's something important to remember, though, is that not all of these things are necessarily malicious and malevolent. You know what I mean? So there's things much bigger than us out there. Okay. And a lot of people are very skeptical and they don't want to believe that. And that's fine. That's your right as a free person. And if that's what you want to do, you don't have to believe anything at all. Right. But when you look at the empirical evidence and just the miraculous events throughout history and things that have happened, they're not all, there's going to be, there's going to be a big thing, and it all depends on what we decide to do. So it's either we can create a utopia, or we can create a technocratic dictatorship, or we can find somewhere in the middle of that. It's just going to depend on whether the people are willing to learn, willing to stand up, and willing to do what needs to be done. To let go of things that are useless of the past and move forward. That's primarily what it's going to depend on. It's pretty much in everybody's hands at this point.
Could this be what have been referred to in the past? We read in scriptures as well as other ancient texts and stuff of these angels and demons and things like that. I think that this might be what this is.
Well, that's also the conclusion I've drawn as well. So their existence, even in government documents, is not a question, right?
Yeah.
All this time, Project Bluebeam could have actually been the Psyop. First of all, we have to actually accept that is a possibility, right? And secondly, this whole time, that's possibly what they could have been. And no matter what you want to call them, whether you call them an alien or you call them an angel or you call them a demon, essentially it means they're not usually here all the time in our world, right? And that's what that means.
This guy said, that they can only exist within this reality for like a short period of time. It's not finite. They can only stay for a little bit and then they have to go back. But they can affect things physically while they're in this physical state. In other words, that they become real in this frequency temporarily. Go ahead, Eric.
Well, wait a minute. So apparently you've got some sort of human beings that are rooted here in this dimension. They cannot ascend. They can't, whatever, their soul can't go up. These are like the Faucis, the hardcore bar members. Like, they can't get out of here. They love this place.
Well, I think they fear what comes after this. That's why they want to live these unusually long periods of life. They know they fucked up. This is where the only place where they're king, because they're going to be shit when they leave here.
You got like Ray Kurzweil, I think, exemplifies, this life extension, this and it's funny, you got these Q people and these Trump people that are these med beds that they're telling these retards with. It's like, they're selling this idea even on the MAGA people.
Well, that right there, you see, this is how people have this want to join, you know. Hey, look at this guy. I really resonate with him. And let's face it, Trump had a great PR campaign. He had a great PR team. Okay. And he's his own best fucking fan. This guy comes out there. I've never seen somebody that acts so narcissistic and people love it. You know, he comes out there, you know, when he did those fucking NFT cards, right? He says, yes, it's me, Donald Trump, greatest president ever, better than George Washington, better than Abraham Lincoln. And I'm like, are you really saying that shit about yourself? Really? You know, I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this crazy shit, man. You know, but people love it and they get on board with it. And yeah, he was snarky with the press and he didn't take any shit from people. And I like that. That was entertaining, but you got to look and see what it is for what it was. You know, it was a show. It's a fucking show. You're watching a movie, you know?
Absolutely. That's exactly right. And he's a hell of a showman. That's it. But that's absolutely, he's a good showman, you know? And I know that there are no true opposites, right? There's just two extreme polarities of the same eternal principle, right? So there's always a silver lining to everything. The silver lining to what the character Trump played, and I wish people would realize that he brought to the forefront a lot of issues actually facing this country. And that's what they're doing as a test to see how strongly do you oppose evil? How strongly? Right. Because depending on how you answer that, how you do on this test, okay, that's going to be the world you live in for the next who knows how long, maybe forever, right? So that's what we have to be considering is at stake here. I mean, this is an end game.
Ryan, that's a very good point you kind of brought up, and I want to expand because this is kind of an esoteric thing. There's a lot of people that are let's say new agey that are, you know, they espouse Earth 2.0, a divergence in reality. I mean, when they launched this thing a couple years ago, that's all I'm going to say. I took it as an intellectual and a spiritual test. That's like wow, this is
100%. That's all of these are. Even Chase Allen, who we have to continue to bring up.
Yeah.
This is a test. Look, he just and we keep showing you, they just came up and shot this man for doing what was right. And I know we're not talking about that tonight, but we need to at least mention it on every show, in my opinion, because that is another test. These are all tests. Tuesday's a test. How are you going to respond to this? Are you going to actually learn, educate yourself, and respond properly to the situation that's going on? Listen to the people that are trying to wake you up. Are you going to listen to us? Are you going to listen to us? Or are you going to get in your feelings, right? And because you're secretly actually bloodthirsty for war and you want to see destruction because you've never experienced anything like that before and you want to for some reason because society has programmed you to want that. And so deep inside, you're filled with rage and you're like, oh, this has got to stop violently, right? What do you want? How do you want this? And that's an option. You can go that way. I remember reading this one or watching this one SRA victim where they said that, the intelligence agency was implicit. And what they were doing was sending these children through time machines or through these dark corridors. What the way the girl explained it is she says, I can't tell you what it was. I went through this dark corridor. They pushed us through this dark corridor and all these kids were blowing up all around me, right? And somehow I made it to the other side. And when I made it to the other side, I was in front of the White House and the White House was on fire. And somehow I knew I was in the future. And she said they'd given me a packet to give to a soldier. And I did. And then I went back. And she says, and to this day, nobody's ever told me what that was or what happened. She says, but I always feel like I went into a future. Right? Do you understand? Like these, when so we're acknowledging interdimensional beings. Now let's acknowledge that time only operates in a linear fashion in this dimension that we know of, right? And theoretically, what we do know of this dimension, anything higher than it would have to be outside of time and space, right? So This is not theoretically impossible. The stuff they're doing over at CERN, that's real shit. They're trying to tap into other dimensions, right? So
some of us actually have protection here.
But they still cannot get rid of free will, right? And so there's still, everything is destined, but that's where the multiverse comes in.
Well,
right?
did you ever hear
So which
about
path are you going to live in?
There was this guy, I'd read about it, heard about it years back, that he was part of something called Project Pegasus. And this was involving time travel and remote viewing, all kinds of shit. And they tend to use kids because something about their metabolism allows them to go through easier. Anyway, his dad, as a reward, sent him back, because he'd been doing really good in the project, sent him back to see the Gettysburg Address. And he went back, and his story is that he got there and he didn't have a coat. It blew his shoes off. This thing, it was kind of violent and blew his shoes off. But when he was there, he was on the Emmitsburg Road, and he was approached by an old guy who couldn't believe that this kid was out there in September or October wearing no coat and no shoes, and took him into his shop and gave him a hat and a coat and some shoes. All right. Well, what he described, this guy was actually, the old guy ended up joining the battle. He'd been wounded in the battle, and this kid described this guy as being injured and on a crutch. And there's a story of this guy. He was like 70 something years old. He got wounded 6 times and he lived through the battle. He was just a guy that ran a store, and he decided to fight with the Union. Anyway, the thing was, he got to where Lincoln was to give the speech, and he's standing up against the split rail fence. He got caught in a photograph. There's a photograph, and he actually shows the photograph with him in it from this event. Now, he said there was a Union soldier standing right next to him, and the soldier looked down at him and smiled, and it was his dad, who had about 4 days worth of beard growth. Now, his dad, cleanly shaven, had just sent him. Well, this is what was so cool. The dad had gone a couple of days before back to the same event to the same time, and so this kid ended up being there with his dad, who'd been there already for 4 days. But his dad was who sent him right through. But this guy's got really credible story about that, and that they use these kids, Project Pegasus. I'd even heard that Barack Obama was used as a kid. I don't know. Are you familiar with any of that? Project Pegasus?
I did not know what it was called. I just remember watching that interview with that lady. And then you had told me that story afterward, probably a result of us talking about this very same two different. Yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, I did not know it was called, or I did not remember it was called Project Pegasus. But there's, and we're not saying that this is happening, but we're definitely saying it's theoretically possible. I mean, at this point, there's anything's possible anymore. I mean, shit. But it all depends. What I do know is what the constant is us and our decisions. No matter what anything happens outside of us, we can always decide how we're going to respond to it.
Well, the thing I've got when I look at the whole time travel aspect of things, especially as you go into the future, like you said, with free will, being is that reality seems to be fluid, but not only into the future, but retroactively as well. We're seeing evidence of that. We've been covering that a little bit on some shows. We're going to be covering some more of it too. These things that have inexplicably changed in our reality that many of us recall and many of us don't. But when you get into the idea of going into the future, like if you're going to travel into the future, if everything is dependent upon free will and it kind of takes you which avenue you're going to go, then how would you know which timeline you went to the future of? You see what I'm saying? Because it's going to be a whole sequence of events. In fact, your whole act of going through time is going to totally alter the prescribed timeline unless it was part of the prescribed timeline. You dig where I'm coming from with that? Or is it too abstract?
That's something that we can't actually literally fully conceive of in this consciousness in this dimension, because it's actually like you can't conceive, like nobody can conceive of time outside a linear fashion in this dimension. Like no matter how hard, well, I can't say nobody, but I can say I've never met anybody or never seen anybody be able to conceive of. I've seen theories, but like in general, nobody actually knows how it works outside of this, except for obviously, and it is possible that people do, but what would that do? What would be the ramifications? How would that fracture time? Are you creating more timelines, more multiverses every time you go back? Do you know what I mean? Like the implications are infinite. And at what point, does God step in? Because no, I seen somebody said they're more powerful than God. No, I do not believe that anything is more powerful than God, but God is a title. So what are we talking about? What constitutes God? There's this all oneness where all timelines are all part of one grand timeline, great timeline, right? Essentially, because God is infinite. So we can't say.
They say God is the creator, and every single one of us are capable of creating. So we are creators, because they say if you take the Bible, if you say it, man wrote it, then you can say that they created this system, they created the churches, they created the governments, they created all of this. Or somebody else that creates, say, a community that likes to farm and share and give, like the Amish or whatever, So who's the creator? You have to start questioning these words and where we were all driven and where it comes from. That to me is really important for all of us to question that. Just my opinion.
Well, I know that scripturally in Daniel, it actually talks about that in these days that it's going to be fucking with the time. That our time and our calendars and our times and shit are going to be fucked with.
Yeah.
And some other interesting things too that have changed in scripture as well is now it refers to God being the creator, not of the world, but of the worlds. It's now plural.
Yeah.
And that's another interesting change, because what does that mean? What does that tell us? I forget exactly. I just saw it pointed out the other day. I was watching a video and the guy showed that, and I looked it up in mine, and sure as hell, what's going on there. Talking about the Lord God and his creator. What?
You have to really question where it comes from. And a lot of it was scripts that were from all around the world in different countries, places, times. And then they just took what they wanted and scooped those scriptures and put them in the Bible.
Well, see, this is the thing. And I noticed that you have the missing lamb from Isaiah 11:6 on your screen there. So you need to give that back because they put a wolf in there.
Oh, my lion.
Yeah.
I love my lion.
I mean, that's the thing. And like Brian Stavely points out, there's so much residual on that in anchored memories, because like this one guy was talking about when he was in the youth scouts of some kind or whatever. It was like a Bible Boy Scouts thing. And he asked the pastor about that passage. And he says, what does it mean about that lion? And he says, well, the lion represents Jesus and the lamb represents the flock that Jesus lies with, so he's got a fucking anchor memory of that scripture, as do many of us. And now apparently that hasn't ever existed. Now that's what's so crazy. It's one thing if they started making new printed scriptures and started changing words like they have done in many. There's some that have just totally translated into modern day English, and the thing is that, if you've got a book of any kind, I don't care what it is, even the Berenstain Bears, and you go back and for sure that it said one thing, and you go back and you look at it and sure as hell it has changed. And you have certain anchor memories to that particular thing. What's going on there? See, this is telling me that there's something, and I don't believe it's because of timelines being fucked with. I actually believe that it's this is beyond us, man. This is on a way higher level. But I also think, as somebody that looks for patterns, I'm trying to look and see what are these changes actually representing? What are they taking it from the original context into the context that they are now?
Well, I
And
don't know if any of y'all have had an out-of-body experience. If you have, you could call that time travel.
well, that's what I found, was that the whole time doesn't really exist
No, it
in that
doesn't.
state. You know, it's just
No,
like
it's
it's not even a thought.
time
You
is a
know,
system of measurement, right?
right?
So it's a system. It's a construct of the mind, and a system of measurement. The measurement of motions, the motion, the world, right? So, yeah. I mean, when you really think about it, well, the only things I can really come up with are, I'll have to think more before I can speak on it for sure.
Well, you
Because
know, the thing, I believe that it's actually, I think these changes are happening by the creator to reveal the creator, you know, showing some errors in many of the things that we thought were true, perhaps. Because there's so many that are, like, for instance, in these scriptures that have changed. I saw somebody who was in here earlier in the chat, and they said, "Oh, I don't believe in any of that at all." And I'm like, look, these are verifiable, you know, that these things have happened, you know, and people still want to say, "Oh no, we just misremembered that." No, you don't have that much misremembrance on some shit like that. But I would tend to say that many of them could be construed as blasphemous. It's almost like the bad kids in school that would look up dirty words, try to find the word ass in the Bible. You know, those kids, right? And they had no respect for it whatsoever. They'd be in the school library giggling because they found the word ass in there or some shit like that, or cross out a word or part of a word so it says something that it doesn't really say. It's almost like they've done that, you know, like where it used to say, if she didn't have, this is in Leviticus, and of course the Levites, they are the ones responsible for the law, okay? And these are the laws of sacrifice, right? It said that if you didn't have 2 lambs, you could bring 2 turtle doves, right? Doves is gone now. It just says 2 turtles, which is just totally fucked in the world, you know, because it would be considered unclean animals. You don't sacrifice unclean animals. That's not how that works.
you got Brian's here.
Who?
Brian Stavely.
Brian Stavely. Yeah, he's like this guy's an encyclopedia of this shit. Yeah, he says we're not misremembering thousands of things in unison with no variation. That's it. But there again, like for instance, there's a lot of these that my wife she's like, what? Fuck you, no way. And she goes and looks, and it's like, what? Like many of the Star Wars things. But she worked for the health department, and she swears that HIPAA, which I remember as being HIPPA, the Health Insurance Patients Privacy Act, right, is now HIPAA or some shit like that. And the word privacy in the acronym isn't even there anymore.
What? Well, that's a serious move. No,
yeah. I think even Google will correct you if you try to type it in. Let me see. Yeah, no, it's HIP. It tried to correct me. HIPAA. Now she swears it's always been that. And I would take that as an authoritative source because she worked for the health department for so many years when they first implemented this shit. But see, I've always remembered it as the Health Insurance Patient or Privacy Act, right? So the word privacy was in there. Health Insurance Patient Privacy Act, HIPPA.
I just it says HIPAA compliant simplified dash easy HIPPA compliance. So they're showing HIPAA and then blah 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 dash HIPPA. I always thought it was HIPPA.
So is that like maybe residue? Brian, what do you think? Let's see what he says. Physical evidence to back us up as well. Yeah, he said change not too long before COVID, maybe a year ahead of it, maybe 2 years. That's interesting because of the whole thing of the privacy being taken out of that, out of that whole acronym.
How about that?
Says many doctors' offices have residue too. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that, and you got to look at what does it mean. These changes, they're significant, although they seem insignificant. There's a significance because you take the word privacy out of it, boom, it's just like, and you know how we've discussed before the importance of the words, the vernacular of the of what these words mean, that those are very, very important.
CDC,
and when you omit and change it changes context completely.
CDC is calling it HIPAA, which is, they're saying Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. So it's HIP.
So try typing into the browser. Well, I have a browser, so
I just did. I went HIPPA.
That's not what I'm saying. What act covers?
Oh my God.
Privacy.
I'm sorry, it was HIPPA most of it's coming up HIPAA now.
Because that's what's. Yeah, that doesn't even make fucking sense. So that's the act that can do with nothing about privacy. It says is a national standard that protects sensitive patient health.
So what I was getting at, like a lot of these things, Leanne sees them as well as I do. But here's one that I see that she swears was the way that that's HIPAA is the way that it's always been. And why would I take her as an authoritative source? Because of the fact that she worked, as you know, in the health department all those many years. In fact, when they implemented HIPAA, she was working there. They had to go through training of it and shit. So, what the fuck? Somebody got into the old lady's brain, or she took a download. I don't know. Maybe I haven't got the download. Nurses that watch my show have had files saved on their computers regarding the forms and sent me residue. I believe that.
There's definitely something screwy going on.
No, it's a double P, man. I mean, God bless the wife, the ex-wife or whatever, the wife, but no, it's double PA. It's not PAA.
I was thinking about one here earlier too, is about the three pigs. Okay, it says I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house. What?
Down.
Oh, it's in.
Oh yeah, no, that's the.
But yeah, because it rhymes with not by the hair of my chin. Then right. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in.
That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about that one. That one I do believe is a misremembrance.
That's
just because of the rhymery of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
we're thinking about something else that I think maybe like a Looney Tunes come because I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down. What's that from? I can't remember it off the top of my head.
I don't know, man. It might be Bugs Bunny or some shit. But
no, yeah, they had the pigs. They cartooned that.
Well, one that really screws my wife's head up, and it got me too, and it's really gotten a lot of people. Many of us grew up watching on Sunday evenings The Wonderful World of Disney, right? And we all remember when they'd come out, they'd show the little castle, and what would happen? Tinkerbell would fly out, and she'd take her wand and make that little arc over the top of the castle. Little sparkles would happen, right? Everybody remembers that, right? Guess what? Fucking Tinkerbell never did that shit, ever. Go back and try to find it. No Tinkerbell.
Then who did it? Bugs Bunny?
Nobody.
Tinkerbell flew, or is Peter Pan or something like Tinkerbell? It was Peter. Yeah.
No, not anymore. That one really messes up a lot of people's heads, but no shit. You go back and try to find it. It's not there, man. It's not there.
Well, listen, guys, I've had a busy couple of days. I'm very tired, so I have got to hit the hay because I got another busy day tomorrow. But thank you for having me on.
Right on. Thanks for the great information.
Yeah, it was a pretty good show so far. So I'll catch the rest of it tomorrow, probably.
Oh yeah, there's another thing. Tinkerbell's been.
Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Tinkerbell has always been 2 words now. Now it's Tinker Bell. That's Miss Bell to you. You can call her Tinker if you're nasty. See, this kind of shit is, you know, why does it affect certain things and not others?
I guess our question is what's going on.
Spell check.
Yeah, right. Spell check, maybe. Yeah.
That's annoying because you try to type and you can't. Like my name here, people try to type it, and it gives them wrong words.
Well, what about the word dilemma? Okay. I've always remembered that having an N in the word because I would purposely mispronounce that word in order to spell it. Dilemma. But now there's no N.
I suck at spelling.
See, that's something that just totally, I'm like, wait a second, no way. And I've noticed that with some other.
There's some of these things that they might have been just culturally misinterpreted, but I think the biggest one is what is it? Field of Dreams. Like it makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. It's totally out of context. Because the whole thing is this field that he builds, these all-star baseball players from different eras and teams show up, right?
Yeah,
and they, right? Not he. Which one's the he, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah. See, that's just like the scripture that says, you know, of putting new wine into old skins is now bottles, which makes no sense because you can put fucking acid in bottles and it won't burst, right? Glass bottles don't burst.
And they didn't have glass back when scripture was written. It was,
so they, you know, that whole thing about wineskins is completely correct, you know, and yet it's been changed to bottles. And there's people that will defend it and say that it's always been bottles. And it's like, there's another one. What's the one where they have mention of couches? That's even crazy too, man. They mention a couch. I've got so many of these things wrote down. Which wasn't even Genesis 49:4 and 14. Let me see if I can find it. 49:4 Genesis. I need to highlight that too. Anyways, 49. There's 35, 41, 49, 4. No, in this one it's got oh yeah. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou went up to thy father's bed. Then defiled thou it, he went up to my couch.
I can prove that's wrong because in Chinese, they don't have a.
I mean, it's, and what's the other one? 40.
Listen, Chinese is 5,000 years old, supposedly. Chinese language had to borrow the word sofa. So it's sofa. So there is there's no couch or sofa in the Bible.
Well,
there's no such thing.
Remember that.
Take us thine holy Davenport and place it. You know, I mean, what's next? You know, come on.
No, there was no couches or sofas back then anywhere in the world.
Well, no, they didn't even make an appearance, I don't think, till like the 19th century. You know,
I don't know what book or verse, but they use the word fella, and I was like, what? I'd never seen that in the Bible. That one threw me for a loop.
Here's the thing too, where Brian says Moses carries tables. It says that now. He carried tables down from the mountain. But also, if you look up Michelangelo's statue of Moses, Moses has horns now. For some reason, he has horns. They must have forgot that little detail in the 10 Commandments movie. I don't remember Charlton Heston having horns. Do you? And everybody knows that when God talks, it sounds like Orson Welles. So, you know, that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
It sounds like George Burns.
No. Yeah, all right. I came across
Oh
an
yeah.
interesting television series that used to be on back in the 60s and 70s on up through the 80s, late 60s up through the 80s, and it was called Insight, and it was put out by these Paulist priests, and they were these little, like, about half-hour long drama covering various social dilemmas that people have in life and covering it from like a spiritual perspective. And it really some big name people in there. Martin Sheen, saw one where Bob Newhart was actually God. This guy, Jack Klugman, died, and he's there being interviewed by God, and God's just Bob Newhart, real plain, little plain office and shit. And it's really a great series called Insight. I started watching that. Yeah, no one had the internet in 1989.
That's a good show.
Yeah, I watched it. So I started watching some of the reruns of it. It's pretty cool. We aren't misremembering Field of Dreams for memes, as you suggested. Who thinks that? Oh, at Baffy. Okay. Some with the reason, let's see. Same with the reason most people remember Luke, I'm your father, though you know you don't take that side of that one because they memed it with Luke context. Yeah, no, I've actually listened at Baffy. I've actually led people to see this on their own. A friend of mine, he lives in a small living ghost town of about 25 to 30 people in Death Valley. He happens to love Volkswagens. He has a Jetta, a Bug, and a 68 microbus. And we were talking about it one night. And we went out to his, he says, well, that's easy to look. So we went out and looked at, of course, the Jetta had the little line, the separator line. And he attributed that to, maybe they've changed their logo. But when we looked at the 68 microbus, when we looked at the hubcaps with the little rust spots on it and everything, it blew his mind. Totally blew his mind. And I said, Tom, this can be one of two explanations. This thing's either real and happening, or somebody snuck up here without you even knowing about it and changed your fucking hubcaps without you knowing it. That's the only two explanations that there could be. Yeah, there's Manson family descendants still in Death Valley. That's absolutely true. I ran across a guy who is supposedly one of Charles Manson's kids. Anyways, Luke, one doesn't affect me either unless it changed for me. What about C-3PO Silver Leg, though?
That makes no sense. Why the hell? How did that happen?
Yeah. And we went back and looked.
And remember, they made the new movie where he came out with a red, one of the newer movies where, oh, I have a red arm. Don't ask me why.
What? I didn't know about that.
Yeah, no. In the last three, he came out with a red arm, and he just kind of says, "Oh, yeah, I have a red arm. Don't ask me why."
Well, that's weird. So this thing, I went back, and I can remember the very first instance when I saw, and any of us first saw C-3PO and R2-D2. It was the ship was under attack by the great big huge Imperial cruiser, and everybody panicking, running around, and there's C-3PO and R2-D2, and I pulled up a clip, a screenshot of that. Now I remember that clearly. He was completely gold. Now there was a silver C-3PO in that scene, but he didn't even interact with him really. Okay, just focused on C-3PO, who was all gold. Now he's in that even has a silver leg. And it's like,
listen, our toys, and toys were a big part of the whole bit. I never had no C-3PO.
I did.
Damn silver leg.
I had a gold one. Mine was all gold. I remember it.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't let nobody fuck with it because I knew they'd scratch him up. I didn't want him scratched up. I wanted him to say shiny and gold all over like that. And No, that's changed. The place where they're stuck and the walls are closing in, you remember? And he's hollering on the radio and he says, tell R2D2 to shut down all the what on the detention level?
Wait, what is it? Oh, the compactors.
Right, the trash compactors. Shut down all the trash compactors on the detention level, right? Nope, now it's garbage masher.
Wow.
Shit you not. Now that's just fucking weird. And what's so crazy about it is you can go back and like if you've got an old DVD of it or even a VHS and you put it in, changed, man.
No, I've got all these videos, man. Digital.
You check it out, man. You'll see every one of them. He's got a 12-inch gold one there. That's what she said. Trash compactors, not anymore. It's garbage mashers.
Are they just trying to drive everybody crazy?
Who's they though? That's what I'm trying to get at. Who's they?
Well, the ones that want us to keep them propped up.
Listen, I don't think that this is happening by us or people. And I don't think the cabal have that kind of fucking power.
No.
I think the only thing I can look at is that this is supernatural. This is absolutely something supernatural. That our reality is not as finite as we believe that it is malleable, but not by us. Absolutely supernatural. I mean, even this guy that's in the chat, some of you may be familiar with Brian Staveley, some of you may not. If you're not, go to his channel. It's The Bomb. If one of my mods can put his link in the chat, that would be much appreciated. Right. But even he's from here's the real kicker.
That's weird how it does that.
Who's that guy that used to go around and give out big checks? Remember, he was on Johnny Carson.
Ed McMahon.
I don't know. He never gave me one.
Ed McMahon.
Nope, it's not though.
Yeah, Ed McMahon never gave out big checks. Now, no American or the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes. Nope. Now it was some American home something, and that's bullshit too. Because one of my anchor memories is because I used to joke about that. I said, you see somebody rolling into the bank with one of those big fucking checks? I mean, how do you get that into your car? Pull up to the drive-up window with one of those giant checks and try to hand it to him? I mean, so I mean, I have anchor memories of that shit too. Hey, there's the man, Brian Staveley himself. Yes. Who I want to, so the point, what I was trying to say is he's from the same town as Ed McMahon. So here's where it gets really crazy. I'm saying that he's been Mandela affected and they added an E in his name. No, I don't know. Maybe I'm not kidding, Brian. But he's from the same town as Ed McMahon, which has changed names from Centerville to Centralville. Yeah. And he's actually called up places there and they answer the phone, Centralville Social Club or whatever, and it's like, no, it's not that, and they're like blowing their mind too. So how you doing tonight, Brian? That's your cue, kid. Oh, what do you got? Darth Vader? Where's his cape at, bro?
That's the original. I couldn't get the cape, man. I found these at an old lady's yard sale. She said they were her sons, that he had them since he was 7 years old, and he was in his 40s. But
did you have a C-3PO at all?
I did when I was younger. I had the Rancor and all the cool ones, and it was solid gold, man. That's one. And this Mandela effect thing, usually, a lot of these don't affect me because, I remember them being the way people are saying they've always been, as far as like certain ones. Now the Berenstein, I've told you that one has definitely changed. There's no doubt about it in my mind. I remembered how I knew how to spell it, and it was because I was a fan of Frankenstein. I mean, and that's a big thing. Like, but some of them, I think it's like with the "Hello, Clarice," that one. People are confused. They're adding, they're compiling stuff onto it. But some of this stuff, man, it is mind blowing because I've been a Star Trek, or sorry, not Star Trek. I freaking hate Star Trek. I've been a Star Wars fan since I was a little kid. I was obsessed with the movies. And
Yeah, I always was with hello, Clarice, and I was like, when I heard it wasn't that, I was like, okay, I could be misremembering it, but then I have to also pile it on with these other things that I know.
That with that one, Anthony Hopkins is on video, and there's a video on Blue Pac-Man's channel who I'm interviewing tomorrow. Anthony Hopkins himself is on video talking about filming that scene, and then he quotes himself saying "Hello, Clarice."
Yeah, but he does say that, but that's toward the end of the movie when he calls her on the phone and he's like, she's at like the bus station or the.
Yeah, but he's talking specifically about the scene when he first met her in the video.
Yeah, when he's in the cage, he's like, "Hello, Chloe." No,
yeah, I remember it being like Agent Starling or something like that, and then later on, when he started getting to know her a little better, he started calling her by Clarice and stuff. But that's just me. I watched it when it first came out. I always thought that the "Hello, Clarice" was like Jim Carrey on that movie Cable Guy. He puts the chicken skin on his face and he's like, "Hello, Clarice." I thought that was like how people confuse that, because he.
Same well, there again, Beavis with the he did. It was Jim Carrey with the Monopoly guy too. That's a residual. Because the guy's wearing a fucking monocle and shit. And he goes, "Oh, you're the Monopoly guy."
And the Monopoly one's probably an even better example to show that it couldn't be just confusion from that, because people remember the Monopoly man with a monocle for damn near a century, whereas that movie is rather new and relatively.
Jim Carrey is definitely a major insider. Major.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's went on talk shows and called them out on being like, part of the Illuminati and stuff like that.
He used to have 1 hour in his name, and now he has 2.
No. God damn.
Yeah, he's another name change. I definitely don't doubt that, some of what I presented as Mandela effects, like that can happen, and sure, people can, run off of something, but that's more of the rare case than what's commonly happening. So like the people that say, and I know this doesn't apply to you guys, but the people that say there's no real changes and it's all that, those are the people that like I really take an issue with, because it's ridiculous. You're denying the whole thing. And we're not saying you need to agree with all the changes. We're just trying to get people to recognize that this is happening, no matter what your beliefs are, no matter what your faith is, no matter what background you come from, no matter what you're into. Just don't deny outright that these changes are taking place in some manner, because everybody's affected by a slew of them.
Oh, yes.
We need to be honest with ourselves and not lie, because then we deceive other people if we keep repeating the same thing.
And when a skeptic sees it for what it is, and they're just like, okay, wait a minute, because I'm a huge skeptic when it comes to things like that. I try to be skeptical because, then there's no doubt in my mind. If you can prove me wrong, then I can always stand on it and say, well, okay, it's true.
Brian was on MC Tunes channel the other night and doing a live, and it was on all the Mandela stuff. And listen, it was amazing. You can go over to Brian's channel. He's got another. I think you re-uploaded it, didn't you, Brian?
Yeah.
So yeah, go over there and check it out, because what's amazing in there was you saw that there was a lot of the mods, which of course are going to be MC Tunes people, had been affected by some of these things. And even MC himself on there, when I think one of the best ones was when you hit him with the Disney thing.
Yeah, he drew the arch. He drew the arch of Tinkerbell going over the castle. Yep. He was taken aback. But the thing too, for people that might not know, like who you're talking about, we're talking about a channel that just trolls flat earthers forever. That's what they do, and they believe in everything the government says, from everything NASA says to COVID to 19 hijackers, everything. And so I knew I was walking into a nest of 500 complete NPCs in the chat, and I was not going to let them troll me or rattle me, and I was going to snap some people out of their trance a little. I'm going to tell you right now, a couple people reached out to me personally on the side. They probably won't do it in public because they know that their friends will really look down upon them for it. But I've had some back and forth with a few people that are interested.
Yeah, listen, it was amazing.
That is freaking.
Well, they were champing. They
Bravo.
were champing at the bit. They were chomping at the bit. Like, because when I saw the thing go up for it, I went over to it so I could hit the notify me button. You know, I didn't want to miss it. So I went over, and that was a few hours before it was even going to air. And there was already a butt ton of people in the chat going, "Oh, dose of Meshuggah," and shit like that. And I was like, "Oh man, this place is going to be troll central, man. I'm going to have to, I felt like I'm going to have to come in here and be a warrior or some shit like that." But man, Brian handled it so well.
Throw me a wrench.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. It was like, whatever arrows were flying were just like bouncing off him like fucking gnats. He wasn't even making mention of them or noticing them.
There was no way I was going to let them rattle me, and I know that's what they do. And there's just absolutely no way. And I told him I'd come on under 2 conditions. I said, and just to be fair to MC Toon, MC Toon's always been fine to me. He's not, some of those other guys are like, way over the top douchebags. And I know he's just a troll, but he's always been fine to me. So that's why I agreed to it. We got to get out of our echo chambers. We got to try and wake these normies up. And it's not, you wouldn't typically think Mandela effect's going to be the first thing, but if I can get somebody to start a journey of truth off going on there and talking about Ed McMahon and whatever else, and and I knew me talking about I think it's supernatural was going to go over like a fucking church. So I kept kicking that can down the road as far as I could with them. But what I told them is I said, I'll come on 2 conditions. We stay on topic. We're not discussing the shape of the earth, and nobody else is coming on the panel. It's just me and you. And he agreed to it right away. So,
dude, that Ed McMahon shit blows my fucking wig. Oh, sorry.
Well, Brian, you sound like you're close to me. You downstate?
Where are you?
Well, I'm up in Central New York right now, but.
Oh, well, I'm from Massachusetts, but I actually moved to North Carolina 3 years ago.
Oh, Massachusetts. All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I'm from there.
Kind of New Jersey, hard to tell, but.
Yeah, very close to Boston is where I'm from, a place called Lowell, which, like Dave was saying earlier, Ed McMahon's also from Lowell, and my neighborhood is Mandela affected, the name change.
That's freaking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Well, I always say there's nothing is coincidental. That's for a reason, Brian, I think. And the fact that you're probably front and center on this subject, man, has, maybe that's a way of showing you, hey, you're on the right track, brother. This is what you're supposed to be doing.
I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, there's no doubt about that, And, when I was doing 9/11, I came on the other night, I started with 9/11 and as much into it as I am this, 2010 going forward. But the reason I after I took a 2-year break and I came back out in 2017, like I said, people were pushing fear over 9/11. But then when I really decided I'm like to do videos, by that point, I was kind of done with all the fake NASA stuff and everything. And the Mandela effect was blowing my mind. And I'm also like, where am I most needed to do this? Because like there was a lot of really good people putting out flat earth content, but most of the people, and not all, there's a few people out there that are definitely putting out good content back then. But most of the Mandela channels back then were really putting out some soft content, weren't really taking it seriously at all. And I'm like, this really needs to be focused on here. So here we are.
Yeah, I found a couple of good ones. One I watched here the other day. What is that guy's name? He had that, the video I'm talking about. He did the Believer's Response.
Oh, John?
Yeah. That guy.
Bro? Yeah, John's awesome. And me and John are going to be doing more things together. He's very well versed on the Bible changes, and he is ready to do take people head on as well. And he's reached out to thousands of pastors in different churches and everything. So he's really he wants to get out in the trenches. He lost his whole family over this.
No way.
Yeah. His wife left him and all that. But he spoke on it on the air, but I'm not going to elaborate too much.
Hey, look at my driver's license number. What's in the middle?
911. Sweet.
Are you serious?
Wow.
And I was in New York on 9/11, and my wife is from Wuhan, and I was at
That's because you're an agent, Eric. I have it on good authority.
911 842 space 911. Who has a driver's license with 911?
This guy Snafu told me he was an agent, so
Yeah,
I'm,
good for him.
Inclined to believe him and shit. You know.
Hey,
what the
Sovereign.
hell.
If I wasn't a Star Wars fan, then why would I be wearing this hat?
Man, I want to play this. What is it? Episode 6, episode 7, where C-3PO comes off the thing. He's got a red arm. He's like, "Oh, I have a red arm." Like,
Yeah, you got to wonder if that's like not just mockery, but to kind of muddy the waters a little bit and make it confusing. Because you know what it does? It makes people put out bad proof of Mandela effect residue, because they'll throw any C-3PO out there with 2 gold legs and call it residue, and I'll be like, well, he's got a red arm. That's not the Mandela effect. This clearly isn't it's not the original.
I was gonna say that's there's something that leads up to that. I'm pretty sure. There's a part where he gets his arm switched with another robot arm or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is.
I'm a big man. I've watched every Star Wars movie like at least 6-10 times, and I just watch it sometimes just when I go to sleep.
I don't think. I think the first time even C-3PO was ever even disassembled was when he was taken up to that Cloud City.
Empire Strikes Back.
Right. And I found that was kind of disturbing to me. You know, I found it kind of disturbing. I remember that. And Chewbacca put him on, carried him like a backpack, and, but I don't remember him getting any different colored parts at that point either.
No, he didn't. And that's an argument that the skeptics will bring up. Oh, well, he got blown apart in Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, well, he's got the silver leg in the first scene of the first movie, as you alluded to earlier. And not only that, okay, so one of the other arguments they'll make is, well, it was, and even Anthony Daniels says this in this really snide interview in 2016, very suspicious, why USA Today, after like 40 years, all of a sudden is asking him about his silver leg. And he's like, oh, well, it was reflecting off the sand, so you always thought it was gold type of idea. Well, he's on a spaceship in the beginning scene. And the biggest one for me, dude, is like, and people will say, well, it was just, we had bad resolution. Now you have Blu-ray, all this shit. Dude, when you look at that Ewok village and he's up in that chariot, dude, and that silver leg, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. That was not there. You're not going to convince me any otherwise. I'm not going to believe your bullshit. I know that he was fucking all gold. You know what I mean? Clearly.
Yep.
I swear I got original vinyl soundtrack of Star Trek. All the music from it. I swear I'm gonna take one. Have a buddy of mine that works in California. Actually, I'm gonna have him take a Star Trek and edit it and make CP3 hot pink and send it to you. You guys would have fun with that.
Can you put me on the big screen? Here we go. So I was in Huntington Beach, where I done a lot of the videos that I done. Mostly I was going out to talk to people about COVID, but it ended up, of course, I'm talking to people about everything, So on the streets, I'm talking to people about Mandela effect, and I come across this shop that has this C-3PO doll in it. And this C-3PO doll, not only is it all gold, spoiler alert, but let me give you some details about it, okay? So this is this shouldn't exist at all if he's never been all gold. But the people will say things like, so when earlier you guys brought up the point that you had all gold toys, what the skeptics will say, oh, well, they just didn't want to waste paint and paint his legs silver. I swear to God, I swear to God, I've heard this a times, right? So when you look at this one, right? Now, he's all gold, clearly, right? But look at the intricate details on his stomach. Look at the wires.
Right.
They're all individually colored, tiny, tiny wires, right? So you're going to tell me they just didn't want to paint the leg silver if that's what it's always been? And then the most important thing is if you look on the back of here, the date is 1997. That's 2 years before the prequels even came out, Phantom Menace. So this is clearly representing the original trilogy. This shouldn't even exist if we're all just crazy.
Right.
But that's how you got to be specific with the C-3PO residue. You have to be able to show that it's original trilogy, because if it can be misconstrued that it's the prequels, you're putting out bad information, you know?
I wish it was real gold. I mean, real gold. If that was solid gold like that, you'd be retired.
Yeah.
They didn't want to waste paint.
Yeah, that's listen. That's the one I ran across. You know, this is something that's been kind of bugging at me here recently too. Is these Roman numerals on the clocks?
Oh, Jesus!
You know, and why that 4 is now 4 eyes.
Yeah.
And the excuse I heard was to balance it out.
I've heard,
8.
yeah.
And I'm like, that's
no, and again, that doesn't take away from the fact that you've never seen the 4 lines until recently, right? I mean, you know, you didn't see a mixture of it growing up, just like with the shit with the dollar sign, right? You didn't see the mixture growing up. It was always 2 lines through a dollar sign, and a Roman numeral was always IV, you know? And that one's a tricky one, because there are some of these, they don't all change at once. And I'm telling you, there still are some clocks with the IV, but most have the 4 lines now, even some of the more prominent ones around the world. I know the one at my city hall does. And what's really interesting is in downtown Shelby here, there's like an old courthouse type building, real old building. It's got these 4 pillars, and it's got this old clock up there. And the old clock has the 4 lines, right? Right across the street, there's a mural that somebody drew of the famous buildings in the neighborhood. They drew the building, they drew the clock. It's got the IV on the painting, and they got an American flag drawn in there with the red stripe under the blue on the mural. But it doesn't matter.
Shelby, Ohio?
No, Shelby, North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
See, that's now the one that gets me the most is because everybody always wants to imitate it when they take their picture. And that's the thinker statue.
Yeah.
And you're seeing residue in the photographs. The thinker statue itself has changed, but the people are still in the pose that the thinker statue used to be in.
Whoa. What's different about the thinker statue?
Okay, is his head, is his fist, is he sitting with his fist, forehead? Is he like this? Look, if you can see me, hold on.
It's on his chin.
Is he like this, or is he like this?
No,
it's on his forehead.
Is it?
Yeah, I used to watch Mr. Wizard's World growing up, and at the beginning of the show, that would come on, and then it would show the thinker statue with his fist against his forehead. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You sure you grew up?
You ready for this?
I thought it was his chin.
I always thought it was on the chin.
Me too.
It's on his chin. But you'll see people are posing with it with their right in front of the statue with their fist on their forehead.
Wow. See, now that's crazy because I just tested look. Here's what I just did, Sovereign. Initially, I remembered it being on the chin, but I said forehead because I thought I was going to be wrong.
Well,
right?
It's the
I'm sitting here winking at Sarah, just telling her to keep her mouth shut in case she was going to say otherwise.
If you're thinking, it should be on your head. It should be on your thinking.
That looks like.
You want me to show the pictures, Dave?
Yeah. If you would, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So just to be clear, I remember it on the head as well. And what Dave was saying, like with the Mandela effect, if something's photographed or videoed, the object that's videoed, if it changes in reality, it's going to be changed on the video. But the things in the scene around it, like people and whatever they're doing, well, that's not going to be changed. And I'm going to show you right here with the thinker where it's a great example, even though a lot of you guys do remember it the way it currently is. Okay, give me my screen right now, Dave.
Gotcha.
So you got this guy who travels to the statue, right? And they're all over the world, but they're all like this now with the fist under the chin. So fist under the chin, and he's here posing in front of it, and look what he's doing.
Fist on the forehead.
Fist on the forehead, and he's in front of one of the statues.
Okay.
Now,
so
he's the only example of this, though. Look, again, at a museum, some type of Legos, or I don't know what this is made of, but that's the fist under the chin. And look at the girl.
Yeah, same way, huh?
Fist to the head. And look at the image. Fist under the chin, clearly, right? And then there's two more I'm going to show you real quick.
And
This
they're
just keeps
obviously copying what they're sitting next to looking at, right?
Yeah, you would think, right? I mean, who's gonna travel to a famous statue to take a picture? And then if you do, many people would, of course, if they like the statue. But then who's gonna go there and pose wrong? And again, fist to the head,
Yeah.
right? Fist to the chin. But then the real crazy one is this one. Look at this one. You got like a whole school field trip. You got the fist under the chin. Look at all the kids.
Every one of them, huh?
Every one of them is posing the wrong way and doesn't even match the statue that they're posing.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Somebody mentioned one of them in here earlier too about from the 007 movie with Roger Moore, Moonraker. We had a character named Jaws. This guy had steel teeth, and then he falls in love with this girl. And when he falls in love, the pivotal part of the scene is she smiles, and because she's got braces, and he, of course, has the metal teeth, it's a love connection. Now, apparently, Dolly has never had braces, and the scene makes no sense now.
You know what's weird is a lot of people realize that and they stop there. That's the one thing. It's like, you know, there's these different things in truth or whatever. People will get to a point and then that's where they'll kind of just, they won't go any farther. Dolly's braces is that point. There's a crowd of people, I call them the Dolly's braces crowd. People that know that Dolly had braces and they'll tell you, but they won't look at the Mandela effect anymore past that. They must be scared or something. But I don't know, man. There's a ton of those people.
The world's gone insane.
There you go. So he says his grandfather drew it when he was just a boy, hand against the forehead. I realized how that could have happened. It's, I mean, these are just so many different things.
Yeah. And I understand the idea of pop culture influence on some of it, as was mentioned earlier. Although most of the pop culture influences that we use as residue, we didn't see until we went back and looked for that residue. But some of the stuff is, you know, like the Volkswagen change, for instance, right? I mean, it was the first brand new car I bought. I know what the fucking logo looked like. You're not going to tell me it's pop culture warped my mind on what I looked at the back of my car every time I washed it. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no way. It's just not going to happen. Pop culture influenced my neighborhood name changing either, you know?
Well, also what you were saying about the name change, you know, the spelling, whereas the EN versus the ON, and you'd have to look for parts, and it was specific whether it was German or American by whether it was spelled ON or EN in the database. Am I correct on that, right?
Exactly. And now the ON spelling in America has never existed. So that whole anchor memory makes no sense to me now. Well, it makes no sense to this reality. It makes perfect sense.
Right.
There ain't too many German Volkswagens left.
Oh, there you go. He says these types of pics in front of the Statue of Liberty that got my attention. For some reason, the statue was gone, so it piqued my curiosity, and it still piqued.
Yeah. You familiar with those photos?
No, I'm not.
There were people that traveled to the Statue of Liberty, and there was more than one example. And, you know, many people remember it being, of course, on Ellis Island, and now it's always been on Liberty Island. And these people that went and are standing on Ellis Island talking about the statue being behind them in the background. And it's just there's just like a blank area in the ground. There's no statue. And there was some that posted on Facebook too. They had their location tagged at the Statue of Liberty, and it's just an empty field behind them with the buildings in the back of Ellis Island.
Well, Annie D says, yes, I do now. Did you know that she was blown up in a terrorist attack, not blown up or damaged? Yeah, I do know. I know that now.
She's talking about another one, 1970.
Oh, that's not the Black Tom? She's not talking about the
Black
Tom?
Black Tom is 1916. She's talking about something. Yeah.
Oh, so there was another one.
Kings Mountain. Kevin Barber says Kings Mountain. Dude, I was in Kings Mountain today. I went there for lunch. Awesome, dude. Dude, I'm right down the street. I'm not in Shelby, but I'm in Earl. So you probably know where Earl is. Just a few towns away from Kings Mountain.
Yeah, this thing about, okay, so now there was two things that hurt the Statue of Liberty. That's see, these are all new things to me. The Torpedo Alley.
I got more for the statue that we didn't mention on your show. I forgot to bring it up.
Oh,
So,
by all means,
from what I remember, like, you know, if you look at the Statue of Liberty now, the Statue of Liberty has a 24 karat gold torch, and I never saw that 24 karat torch till several years ago. But now that 24 karat gold torch has always been there since 1986. Now, I remember the renovations in 1986. I'm not calling that a Mandela effect, but the idea that the torch has been 24 karat gold since I was 9 years old, no way. It used to be a tarnished green color until, like, you know, several years ago for me. So a lot of us have talked about that as well. I don't know what you recollect on that, but do you remember it being for over 30 years being an all gold torch? Or you know, really?
No,
I was at the Statue of Liberty before they changed the torch. They changed the torch because it's 14 karat gold plating. It ain't solid 14 karat gold, but they changed it because the copper couldn't on the torch was tarnished beyond. It wasn't safe. The original torch is still down below in the museum.
Right. I always believed it. I always thought it was copper. Like, I always remember it being copper. I don't remember
Yeah,
ever hearing that they changed it.
What do you
They
guys?
changed it because the original was falling off the statue. It was literally falling off. They had to, and the gold plating was can take the salt air better than the copper.
Have you guys seen Martin Flat Earth British's size differential underneath the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Oh yeah. You look at last century. They're like the space from the ground up to where the arch ends it doesn't correlate. Have you seen that, Dave?
No, I don't think I saw. I don't think I caught.
Kevin Barber, can I just say hi to Kevin again? Kevin says,
Yeah.
"Good for you, bro. Not many real truth seekers in this area. You'd be surprised, Kevin. We roll deep over here, and I live with two other truth seekers, and I have huge meetups all the time. You should come to one. I'm going to have one probably in about 3 weeks in Charlotte.
Man, send me an email, man. I need to get out of Central. I need to get out of New York,
dude. Yeah, man. Come hang out.
Yeah, well, you have before they start taking out our rights.
John will be there too. The guy
anyway.
you mentioned earlier, John, the Bible guy we talked about earlier. He'll probably be there too. He comes to my meetups with my dude.
Oh, that
John.
would be awesome.
Oh yeah, man. We sit around and talk Mandela effect and whatever, flat Earth, COVID, whatever.
That's the thing. When I start seeing some of the scramble dumb excuses and shit, people come. I go right to that. Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Like when it comes to, for instance, flat Earth. I can't see where somebody would be wanting to spend as much time as some of these channels that their whole thing is built on just trying to debunk flat Earth unsuccessfully, I might add. But it seems like there's a lot of effort goes into it, where if it was so evident, why would you fucking worry about it? What is the threat? What's the threat? If it's so evident, I mean, let's just, for example, say that I said that the sky was tartan plaid. How long would you argue with me about that? Not long at all, because all you got to do is look. It's not. Okay, there. So it's not tartan plaid.
Yeah.
Argument over.
Well, the system is very, very much against that getting out, obviously, or being taken seriously. But as far as like the people on YouTube, there's definitely trolls and shills. But then there's a lot of people that are just geeky lovers of NASA that make a lot of these videos. And then on top of it, they start to rake in the cash. So they're not going to stop, I mean, that dude just the other night doing that Mandela show on McToon's, I have no idea how much money he made. I'm going to guess it could be even up towards $1,000. All those questions he read were all super chats.
Yep.
I mean, it was endless. It was endless.
Yeah, I looked at my wife. I said, "Man, that dude's raking in banks." So these people, and in some instances, it was just so. I've seen people do that. They'll super chat just so they can say something stupid.
Dude, there's a lot of that. Of course, ridiculous.
It's like, I don't know. I don't know if you caught it earlier what I was saying about some of these scriptural changes, but it kind of like almost reminded me of you remember there'd be kids in school, they'd go look at the Bible in the library during library time, and they'd find dirty words like oh, look, it says ass here, or it says this here. And I think it'd be funnier if you cross out certain words and make it say something different, and it's, you're not supposed to do it, but they were the bad kids. I'm looking at it like, dude, some of this shit that's being done in this thing would make, for lack of a better way to put it, it turns it into a blasphemy. Some of these things, saying that God's name is jealous.
With Jesus beating off in the river, you would have made jokes about that as a kid.
Right. I mean, good Lord. And that's some of the stuff that's why it reminded me of that, that it's almost like kids doing something like that.
How many teachers did you piss off when you were in school?
Oh, me? Every single one of them.
I bet you did. If I could go back in time for a day, I'd love to go back to see Mr. Sovereign in like 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. When they start talking about saying the world's round and that, you probably said, "What the hell are you talking about?"
No, you miss it. No, Mr. B, I was indoctrinated into that globe shit just like you were. Oh, the same way. Listen, what you got to understand, I went to a lot of people, they act like, because I've come to the conclusion that the world is not a globe, that I must have suddenly transported here from the 13th century or some shit. And I'm like, no, listen,
Dave, you do know they figured it out by sticking 2 sticks in the fucking ground 2,000 years ago, right?
Oh yeah, it was Aristophanes and his assistant.
Put this way, I had a 4th grade teacher that said that they went to Egypt. She was a real nice teacher. Name was Mrs. Carrick. She was actually probably the best teacher I ever had.
Okay.
But she had 35 years of in the education. She's actually an excellent teacher, but when she started teaching, she actually believed in the flat earth, and she believed that aliens built the pyramids, and she started teaching that stuff. She was politely escorted out of that school by armed security after she started doing that on her last year.
Yeah, you're not allowed to go against the prescribed curriculum. That's just how public school works, man.
That's indoctrination.
It's the indoctrination program. No, the thing is, I went to the same shitty indoctrination centers you did. I put in my well, I almost got my 15,000 hours. As soon as I found out I could quit that son of a bitch and get out of that prison, I did. I hated school. I looked at it just like prison. But that being said, no, I was fully onto the idea. I grew up with NASA and I watched the Apollo landing. I watched that shit. I was a little kid. I had a NASA snowmobile suit I'd go out in the snow and move around in slow motion and pretend I was on the moon and shit. Neil Armstrong. I wanted tank.
Well, but I still tell it's like today you see these parents that won't let their kids do anything. It's like the old say, like you see these people that go online. It's like I said, I drank out of a garden hose, jumped my bikes over other kids with a couple of cinder blocks and a board, and dove over other kids, climbed trees, and I'm still alive.
Well, hang on to those memories fondly, Mr. B, because tomorrow they may not be true.
Well,
the way I see shit go down, man, I'm like, what?
You remember moon boots?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know why they called the moon boots.
But no, my point being is that my whole thing with the flat earth, or if you want to call it that, I just say true earth, not globe. That when I came to that, it was like I heard people start talking about it, and I was like, what the fuck is that dumb shit, man?
No, I'm not saying I believe science 100%. I mean, because like right now, I mean, what's her name? Pocahontas, as I like to call her there, Elizabeth Warren, when she gets on a newscast one time, was talking about global warming, and she said that the scientists said that driving a lawnmower is the reason why they're getting rid of lawnmowers, because they said a lawnmower running 1 hour puts out more CO2 emissions in the air than driving a car from Los Angeles to Las Vegas.
But don't you see how they're tricking you?
Well, they're not tricking me. I mean, because I actually made a comment on a thing, and some guy believed. I said, "Wait a second.
What do plants breathe?"
Oh, I know. They breathe air.
No, what do they breathe?
Carbon monoxide.
Carbon dioxide.
Dioxide. Yeah, my bad.
They breathe carbon dioxide, right? Okay. And what do they exchange back out? Oxygen, right? This is part of what we call.
Depends on who you ask. If you ask someone like AOC, she'll say they
do you know how much? There's no carbon involved in that gas. Okay. They get you believing that the carbon dioxide is increasing carbon, which it's not. You are the carbon they want to eliminate, brother, not the carbon dioxide, because the carbon dioxide, the plants love carbon dioxide. When I would set off dry ice, I'd put water on it so the shit would melt and produce carbon dioxide in my grow house just because my plants loved it so much, man. So you got to watch out what they're saying. They're conflating carbon and carbon dioxide.
It don't make. I know that, but I was actually there was someone that was promoting that locally that did a little presentation on it, and I sat in the audience and started laughing, and I was in front. He says, "You got problems, sir?" I said, "The greatest car in the world. What's the greatest gas mileage?" And I can't remember what car he said. Gets 60 miles to a gallon. Well, how many miles is it from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, sir, in mileage? I said, we'll just say even 500 miles. I don't know what it was, what he said, but I said, how many gallons of gas is going to take to drive there with the best car in the with fuel economy? And I can't remember. He said 60 gallons, maybe. But so you're telling me burning 60 gallons of the gas cars produces less emissions?
It's irrelevant. Okay, it's not doing that.
Well, the quantity is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
A lawnmower don't go more than a quarter of a gallon.
No, they still got you believing that you're tearing up the fucking.
They don't got me believing that.
Well, that's what they've got everybody believing. That's what I'm talking about. That you are, because you're arguing over who's got better gas mileage when it's fucking irrelevant, man.
No, I was just making a point. It's the quantity of gas that's burned. It ain't how far you're at. I mean, because she said because it's an air-cooled engine, it burns the gas hotter. Actually,
no. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. They already know it doesn't matter. They want you to think it doesn't matter. They want you to argue over about how much one matters over another. But if it actually mattered and they were really worried about it, they wouldn't be going to all these places in their private jets and shit, flying all over the fucking place, right? With their little entourage. And you know how much, come on, man. This is
everything.
Arguing over shit that's not. I'm sorry,
everything they're presented on that fucking screen is a lie. They do. They just want your energy arguing over deceptions.
That's it. Exactly.
Because neither, even if everybody on this panel got a gas guzzler tomorrow, it's not going to make a damn difference and kill the environment. If anything's killing the environment, it's what they're polluting it with, trying to turn it around to us.
I notice I don't see Greta and her little crew, or who's the other guy with the inconvenient truth, Al Gore. I don't see any of those motherfuckers all going down to East Palestine, and trying to do something. Look what's being done to the environment. We need to change this, that. And we don't hear nothing about that at all. Where are they at? Because they don't really give a shit. It's all about just taking away and getting more out of you. That's all it's about. It gets you to comply, into fear, and everybody go and live in a little tiny mini house in a little mini city in a little mini camp. You will own nothing here. Have some tofu crackers with cricket paste on it. This is listen, it's just more totalitarianism, and that's all it is. Their job is to try to squeeze more and more out of you at any given time till there's nothing left. And that's all.
What's scary is we got people like AOC that eventually will probably will run for president and probably win.
Yeah, but does it matter? Does it fucking matter?
Yeah, it does.
What, really?
Yeah, it does.
Take a look at the last 3 years. Has it really fucking mattered? Not really. We're still going off a cliff.
I think Smoking Joe down there couldn't be any. It's not as bad as that witch would be. Hell, she had her way. I watched her. If she had her way, we'd eliminate towels right now because they put out
Well,
too many.
it's a good thing that it isn't up to one man or woman to decide what we have, and that we also have these rights that they're not allowed to infringe upon unless we allow them. Okay. Now, do you really think that Joe Biden is actually running anything? Do you actually think that Donald Trump ran anything? No.
Yeah, he does.
None of them do.
Yeah, he does.
You want to know
You
who
know,
runs?
yes, they did.
No,
Joe
listen,
Biden. Yes, he does. Joe Biden runs to the toilet to take a shit,
Okay.
and Donald Trump runs to McDonald's. That's the only thing he ever did.
Well, this is the whole point, is if you want to look at who's really calling the shots, and these people are even getting their marching orders from a higher source. You just take a look at these people that haunt the White House and the Capitol building for years and years and years. They're always sneaking around by the president. People like Donald Rumsfeld and Henry Kissinger and Karl Rove. These people,
Bill Gates,
always in the shadows, whispering.
So, is there any president that you did like in your lifetime?
What? No. Well, what do you mean? Do I like? What the fuck? I'm still trying to.
In your lifetime, was there any president that you actually liked his policies and liked what he stood for?
Well, being as how I'm a person that I don't like anybody telling me what I can or can't do, I've never really liked any of them. I'm not convinced that I need one yet. I'm 57 years old, and nobody's ever convinced me that I'm in need of this president.
The idea of a free country is a joke. This place is a corporation that they're running, and they're not going to let you elect who's in charge of it. You're not going to pick the CEO. And the CEO isn't even really the CEO. He's just a fucking media relations muppet.
There you go.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. You just want to like go in, tell all the congressmen, senator, you're fired. Tell the president he's fired. Go back to your nursing home where you belong, and we just run ourselves.
You should just totally not put any energy in anything any of these people say, because all they do is spit out lies and get you worked up over bullshit.
No, it's not that. There's they've been lying for decades, but I'm saying, we couldn't run ourselves 100%.
Well, this is what gets me right here, and this is the whole crux of it. I saw through this when I was a little kid. They tell us that we have to have government because the common man is.
Well, I didn't say we had to have government.
Let me finish. You got to know what's said first, okay? We're told that the reason we have government is because the common man is not able to govern himself wisely. So in response to that, we choose from that very lot of people who are incapable of governing themselves and choose a few of them to govern over everyone else. Now, if anybody can explain to me how the fuck that makes any sense, I'm all ears, man. I'm all ears.
They lied to us about the moon landing, COVID, 9/11, all the school shootings, the medical establishment, our history, and everything else. There's no reason to trust anything these people say at all.
Absolutely.
Well, you don't think there was any school shootings?
No, all the major ones that they pushed, the big, huge ones, I think they were all fabricated.
I have to agree to a point on that. There's a lot of interesting details in those that you look at, and whether it be Sandy Hook or the Uvalde, there's little details, and I've always said the devil's in the details. And we saw that with the 9/11 shit we talked about the other day with the lack of hospital.
Yeah. And Dave, real quick, let me cut it. Nobody's gonna. That's why you can't picture it in your head mentally. How could somebody walk into a school and blaze up 20 kids? Well, because nobody could really do that. Just like nobody's really gonna fly a plane into a building in New York and kill themselves doing it. Nobody's really gonna do that. Now, are there some psychos in the world, and could a school shooting happen? Sure.
Sure.
But I'm talking about the major ones that they promote. And if a school shooting could happen, it's not going to happen repeatedly over the course of a decade and catch on like wildfire all over the country, which is what we saw. It's a preposterous idea.
I don't know. Yes, there are. It wasn't until about, I would say, 3 years ago, when the shit really started to hit the fan, I could walk in any school in my district. Just walk in the front door, walk right in the principal's office. I wanted to. If I wanted to go up, if someone wanted to go and park in the street and literally walk in that school with a gun and start shooting, they very well could have.
And they didn't.
That don't mean that the school shootings didn't happen. That's idiotic. There's people that did I know.
Why is it idiotic? So which ones did you dig into deeply with your own investigation and not just look at what the media says?
Like Sandy Hook did happen.
Based on what?
The dead bodies.
The dead bodies. You saw the dead bodies.
I'm going to tell you something, buddy. A little bit about me. I got 6 cops in my family that are spread out throughout the United States.
So you're emotionally attached to this event. That doesn't mean you saw bodies. That means you're emotionally attached.
No, they were there. They saw bodies.
You're full of shit.
No, I'm not full of shit.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
So you didn't.
There were no.
I saw bodies. Hold on. I didn't see bodies, but did you see bodies? No, you didn't.
You weren't there. How would you know? You know, I got a graveyard in my backyard. Do I have to go bring you up here and show you?
I don't need to be there to look at the parents and not just Robbie Parker all laughing in different interviews all over the course of the next 72 hours to know that their children didn't get massacred in a school.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised what people do when they're under distress.
When you get a picture of those bodies, send them to me. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, like I'm gonna really go get pictures of bodies. Like that.
So don't come at me and use that as a point of your argument.
You're not gonna show bodies of dead people and put them in the media.
Why did you bring it up? Why did you bring it up?
I was saying.
No, why did you bring it up? You said, did you see the body? You didn't see the bodies either.
No, I had to. I had family member that saw them.
I don't care what you say about what your family saw. Seriously, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, it's like they're not gonna lie about seeing bodies there.
Oh, hey, my mom used to tell me she saw Santa Claus come down the chimney, but
yeah, there's a little difference in Santa Claus and people lying in the street in a school.
Well, fiction's fiction,
So wait a second, Mr. B, hold on. I'm gonna hold Mr. B to this.
6 cops from your family were at Sandy Hook and saw the bodies, huh? That's crazy. Have them call into my show one night. I'd love to hear the story about it.
I was going to ask Mr. B.
Make sure they pick up your uncle's hairdresser that was at 9/11, pulling people out of the debris pile too, because I want to hear from him.
Well, what I'm wondering, Mr. B, is
what the hell's a hairdresser got to do with anything?
What outfit does your relative work for, and why would they be at Sandy Hook? Are they with the Sandy Hook Police Department, or are they FBI? Or
I got 2 FBI agents in my family, and I'm going to tell you a little secret about Mr. B. Mr. Bree. Now listen to me. Listen to me.
About the ones who saw the bodies. I want to talk about the ones who saw these bodies that you claim that you saw.
That was my brother-in-law who saw him.
And he works for the Sandy Hook Police Department?
Nope, he's a retired FBI agent.
So he's retired, and they were just like, what, bringing, come one, come all, retirees, enjoy the show?
No, he's retired now, but he wasn't retired when it happened.
Okay, so he was one of the FBI agents on the scene.
Yes.
And what was his name?
Hoffman.
Who?
Hoffman.
Hoffman.
What are you?
That's Hoffman. All right. Let's see. Has he got a first name? Because I want to look into this.
Thomas.
Yeah. Thomas. Did you have to Google that, or?
Nope.
And do you think you could set it up where we could talk to him?
He won't come on no live stream.
Why not?
Because he's retired and enjoying his life. He's out of that game.
Oh, come on, man.
Most cops don't want to come on a live stream, and because people like to to bully them when they're retired, even
I'm
when they're
not trying
retired.
to bully anybody.
I mean,
I'm not-
no, you don't make people hate cops.
Wait, no, hold on. Who's talking about hating cops? I'm wanting to talk to someone who is actually that that I still don't know how that includes that you saw the bodies because
No, I didn't see them. They did. It's just like you remember the in New York they had the Indian reservation that was complaining about paying taxes, and they shut down the interstate on Route 90 back in the late 80s, early 90s.
No.
Yep, New York State their Salamanca Indian reservation shut down the highway because they didn't want to pay taxes on cigarettes and whatever else they were selling. They were actually burning tires and shutting down the highway.
So is he work in New York or does he work in where this was in another state? Is he like how did he end up at the Sandy Hook scene? He's working in New York.
Because he was called in.
Called in. Is that his area of expertise or something? Or
yeah, one of them.
One of them. Okay.
Well, I have a question, Mr. B. Why was the one father, the one that was mostly on TV and all the news, why was he at the scene walking around in camo, slinging an AR over his shoulders, didn't know how to handle one?
He was carrying it,
but they walked him into the school. They don't allow that crap. They weren't letting the other parents in.
He was carrying that rifle by the magazine.
He was nuts with that weapon.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nuts in this world.
Well, wait a second. He was one of the fathers.
No, they don't let parents in there. That was bull crap. You can't say it's anything else, or they wouldn't be scrubbing it from the internet every time somebody uploads it.
No triage mats. That's another big thing too. No triage mats, no helicopters. Why was there no helicopters called in? Why was there no triage being done at all? And then you got that coroner who come out cracking up and says, "Oh yeah, it's a mess in there." Come on. You don't really believe all that shit. Mr. B, I'm calling bullshit on your story.
That work for the government have to keep things classified. They don't even tell their families about. I know my uncle's also a retired FBI agent. They can't tell anybody anything because they can get in trouble. Just so you
Can
know.
I get a screen share? Can I get a screen share while we're talking, Dave?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So first off, we're all familiar with this guy, right? So that's why a lot of people. So that's why a lot of people, and I'm not just going to focus on this. I'm just showing because a lot of people know Robbie Parker. He comes out, he gives this interview how his daughter was murdered in the school, and he couldn't help but to pause, go into character, and then laugh on camera. And everybody talked about it. But what everybody else doesn't talk about is all the other parents that I've been showing since I exposed this on the day it went down. It was such an obvious hoax. I don't care who you say you know. These are not real parents. This is all within 72 hours. These are alleged parents who just had their kids massacred in a school. These are the Sandy Hook parents within 72 hours of the school shooting. That's the guy that supposedly hid them in his house.
Yeah, that's Rosen.
The rest of these are all parents. Look at maybe years later you can crack a smile, reminiscing on your kid dying. Within 3 days.
Yeah, come on. No, you're still.
It's a joke, man.
There's a lot of things in this world it's hard to explain.
That's not hard to explain at all, Mr. B. That's called crisis actors, man. That's easy to explain. Those are not grieving parents, bro.
Yep, everyone grieves different.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Listen to yourself now. Everybody grieves different. So this is just like, so not only is a parent going to laugh and people use that excuse, everybody grieves different, but you got a group of parents that all have this different type of grieving where they all laugh that their kids got gunned down in the school. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of that video where they were throwing like, was it gas grenades at the crowd and stuff like that, and then it showed the women and her 2 kids that just showed a photograph of them being gas grenaded, and then they're just all normal 10 seconds later doing some other shit.
Yeah.
I know, man. It's like, the thing that got me was the interview with that Rosen guy, where, I apparently took him into his house and had all these plushy toys and shit, even though he doesn't have any kids. Another thing that was really weird about that too is the real estate deals of these people that lived in that neighborhood.
It's funny. What's his name?
They all went down. They all closed a year prior to this on Christmas Day. The whole thing is like, what in the world is actually going on here with this? And then there was some shit about the kids showing up at some Super Bowl or something, wasn't there, Brian?
Yeah, but I don't talk about that because I can't prove that those are the same kids. So, people do mention that, but I can't prove that.
I know there was some people had been talking about that. I didn't believe it when, I looked at some obvious things, like there was this footage that they kept showing over the fire hall, and there's all these people going around, walking around, milling around. And if you watch, all they're doing is going in one door and coming out another door, and they're going around like in a big circle. Everybody's just going in a big circle to make it look like a big busy scene.
Yeah. And while the school was locked down, literally while this was happening live, Robbie Parker was tweeting out about his daughter, all this contradictory things. Then he made the assumptions like she was dead, then she's not dead. It's like, who's going to be doing that when there's kids' schools under lockdown? And who's going to jump to the conclusion that she's dead before she's announced dead and then come back, oh, no, she's not really dead, and and all this. And also some of the memorial funds were set up ahead of time. I've shown this on my website. I've shown this when I did the Sandy Hook show the next day. United Way is one of them. And it's not just a re-edited website that might have the wrong date on it. They registered the domain name United Way Condolences for Sandy Hook days before the fucking event even happened.
Well, there's that too. And then even the fact that if you look at the FBI reports on homicides in that state, and they're not listed.
Just like 9/11, right? And the deaths of the state of New York didn't go up at all in that whole week or any time around then. No spike in deaths.
So you got to wonder, what's it got here?
Hey, listen, I'm here. I'm just going to step in the bathroom to smoke.
I hear you.
I'm listening, but if you call on me, you won't hear me respond for 3 minutes.
All right. Steffi P says, oh my God, if anything happened to either one of my girls, I would be paralyzed. No one would see me on the internet for sure. It's literally the only thing I fear, and you are not the only one, Steffi. This is the same sentiment I get from parents regarding such situations like that.
Okay, you guys say that no one died in that, but there was just a newscaster or whatever the hell you want to call him. I call him something else. It was just sued, and they won. So,
yeah, it's a huge. And who was that newscaster that was sued?
I can't remember the guy's name.
It was Alex Jones. Okay,
yep.
Alex.
But he was still sued, and he won. And they won.
Well, that's what we're told. But those of us that have been onto this for some time know that Alex Jones is part of the game. Okay, he's part of the whole psyop. He's a gatekeeper. Who do you think sponsors him? Why do you think he's had such a big platform and had such a big platform for so long? It's because he's a gatekeeper. He was promoted. Used to be you couldn't go on YouTube without not finding Alex Jones's shit. I went down that rabbit hole with Alex Jones as well, but until I met the man. And I was able to actually look into his eyes, and I saw him for what he is. When I met him, and it was a very disingenuous spirit. So I started looking at him a little more. Importantly, I started looking a little more closely at some of the things, and then do my own research into it. And I found that where he leads you off down the wrong trail, my shit took me to another place. And why wasn't he mentioned the other real culprits? Well, all you had to do is look at his sponsors. All you had to do is look at who was running the show, and that would tell you a great deal. They run the show here too, so I don't want to say a whole lot about that. So yeah, Alex Jones, I don't know, did that suit really happen? Was that put out there because they didn't want anybody else to say that one of these things is not is an actual hoax, that it was a psyop, that they make people afraid to say anything? I think that's exactly what it was designed to do. Why it would be done so many years later, just as another one of these incidences take place in Texas. Well, take a look. It doesn't take a fool to, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that shit out. Same reason as every time one of these incidences take place, there's always a huge gun control bill trying to go through the Congress. Every time.
And Alex Jones, by the way, you know, we saw this play out from the beginning. I mean, I've done several videos on his him and his what he's going to do with Sandy Hook, how he's going to gatekeep it, how he's going to make sure it doesn't look crazy, which is exactly what he did. He used to say it was fake. Then he gave this fake deposition a few years ago that I covered. It was a completely staged fucking event where he flipped and then said he was crazy and and then we knew they were going to use him to try and shut people up, just like they used the fake Auckland fucking New Zealand fucking event, which was another fake shooting. It looked like a Rainbow Six video game. They used that to censor the entire internet. It's very obvious and transparent what they did. And Dave, I was stepped away. I wish I was here, but you're spot on. They want, and I've had people say it to me, oh, you know, you can get sued. You shouldn't call these things fake. And now that Alex Jones supposedly got sued, that just hammers it home for those people. Alex Jones is a complete gatekeeper. And I, like many others, had a phase where I listened to his stuff. Luckily for me, it only lasted several months. And I saw that he was a gatekeeper for 9/11. So,
man, when I started hearing him talking about zombie apocalypses and all that kind of shit, I was like, wait a minute. My boss used to listen to Alex Jones every day, like all day. It'd be playing on his cell phone while we're working. And some of the crap he comes up with, man.
Well, I don't know, man.
It's fear mongering. It's fear mongering, and it's to buy you back into the system. It's meant to look as an alternative to the media. He's actually owned by the mainstream media, and what they do is they rear you back into right wing politics. You know, like with the Trump and the whole thing, and they legitimize fake events. You know, and politicize everything and push fear over everything. You know, is Alex Jones ever going to tell you the bigger truths, like COVID's a complete hoax? The earth is flat. Nobody died on 9/11. No, he's not going to tell you any of these things.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, he's not. And it's
good luck with your sales, buddy. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I was coming out of a store. Some guy's trying to sell his wacky tobacco.
I'm like, who are you talking about?
I can't buy. You know, I look at it this way. I don't care what people do. If they want partake, that's their business. But I can't stand the smell of it. It smells like goat piss.
Of what is it? Tobacco?
Weed.
No, wacky tobacco.
Oh, weed. Oh, weed. Yeah, I like weed. But yeah, it's not for everybody.
No, I mean, hey, some people can't. I mean, ask me if I want to smoke a big fat cigar with a good old Mexican Cuban cigar. I'll smoke one with you.
No, I think that smells nasty, but some people love it. Mr. B, do you go to like cigar bars and shit? Like I've seen people like they go in there, everybody's smoking cigars.
I mean, I rented out one of my apartments I had years ago, and I put on the lease no smoking at all. I didn't exclude tobacco or nothing. I just said no smoking at all. Some guy smoked about 50 blunts a day, I swear, in that apartment, and I took his deposit and got some more money, and he said, you know, rent should be free anyways. Maybe if you're paying for it, but I'm not paying for you to live in my house for free.
Yeah, you need to do a bong rip with Soft, man. That's what you need to do, Mr. B. You need to take yourself a vacation, and we'll just go get ripped and go up into the fucking Shenandoah National Park, man. Huh?
You know something there, Mr. David Soberman. My brother was a pothead that made you look like a choir boy. He's dead
Well.
at 55 years old. And no, I'm not saying the pot killed him, but he tried his entire adult life until he croaked from brain cancer to get me to smoke a bowl, in a bong, in a joint, and everything else. I will pull my pants down at 5th and Main and fart in front of and shit on a cop's foot and go to jail before you would ever get me to smoke a bong with you or anybody else on the planet Earth. No offense.
Plane. Flat plane Earth.
Yeah. That's
just
pretty,
saying.
That's a pretty strong, adamant position, I have to say. I mean, one that would, require an oath bound by shitting on a cop's foot in public, I would say is probably, that's pretty serious and shit. We're not going to make you smoke any weed, Mr. B. You're not.
No, I'm just saying I would do that. Put it this way: if you won the $20 billion state lottery, whatever the hell it was, the federal lottery, whatever crap they had a couple weeks ago, that's one person won, and you said, "I'll give you half of it if you smoke a bowl with me," I still wouldn't do it.
Fuck you. You would so.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
Fuck.
If you pull out.
Dude,
are we pulling the bullshit card again on this one?
No, I'm not bullshitting.
Dude, that's that's like, hey, I'm not gay, but 25 billion is 25 billion, It's like, dude, people will sell out. People will sell out. There's no way. And to just smoke a bowl, y'all, you're afraid you'll like it.
I would not.
I'll turn into a flat earth hippie like them motherfuckers out there on the internet. God damn it.
It has nothing to do with it. I can't stand the smell of it. Now, if you but I do something. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. There's one thing about Dukes of Hazzard, for instance. Boss Hogg used to eat raw liver.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
No, Boss Hogg on the Dukes of Hazzard ate raw liver.
Okay.
I was eating raw liver before Dukes of Hazzard came out. I eat it to this very day. I eat raw beef liver.
You might want to get checked for tapeworms, man.
No, I'm fine.
Just saying.
I get checked out every year. Doctor says I'm healthy as a horse. I'm 58 years old.
Where's your kidneys at?
They're in my body.
Yeah, but where?
I'm driving. I can't exactly point them out.
Well, you can't show me anyways. You have to describe it.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a truck driver. I don't give a crap. I know they're inside.
Okay.
I mean, what color is your tongue? Yeah, I'm sure it's covered with nicotine tar and pot tar. So how would I know?
About a half-inch thick on there about now, man.
I'm sure it is.
Brush your fucking tongue, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be like saying how big's your butthole. How do I fucking know?
Now you're taking it too far, bro.
Yeah, come on now, Mr. B. You're getting that's.
But no, in all honesty, I will not. I've had people. My brother offered me $10,000 cash once. He had a good job. He offered me $10,000 cash before he died because he said, I can't take it with me, like you said. You can't take the money to your coffin with you. He said, I'll give you my last. He said, I'll give you my last $10,000 before he was going to be dead in a week. He knew it. He said, I'll give you my last $10,000 cash if you smoke a bong with your big brother. And I wouldn't do it.
Dude.
I wouldn't do it.
Get the fuck out of here. Where's your money?
I would not do it.
I'm calling bullshit. Nobody offered you $10,000 to smoke a bowl.
My brother offered me his last $10,000.
No, he did not. No, he did not. Shut up. You're making stuff up. You're making up stories. Stop.
No, you don't know nothing. I'm telling you.
Stop. You're making up stories.
No, I'm not. I'm serious. If you knew me personally, you would know I would never touch the shit.
You can't see him right now, but he's smiling from ear to ear, Sovereign. He's got a big smile on his face. I can hear it in his voice.
I will not touch pot.
He's turning red in the face and everything.
I believe you won't touch pot. I absolutely believe that, undoubtedly. But I do not believe that somebody offered you 10 grand to smoke weed, or even that you turned it down. But I don't think that that was ever offered. I cannot see anybody for any reason whatsoever offering $10,000 to somebody to smoke pot, especially in light of this is just something that we just started talking about. You know?
No, I'm serious. I made a promise to somebody a long time ago. Plus, I can't. It works because I can't stand the stuff. 10 years ago that I'd never touch it. I mean, 10 years ago. Excuse me, 30 years ago that I would never touch it. I promised my grandmother.
No, Mr. B, it's way better now with the different advents in genetics.
No. I can't anyways. You know, I drive truck. All I have to do is get one piss test, and I don't have a job. So that even if you offer me 10 grand, there go my job for God knows how long.
Yeah,
you know?
but with 10 grand, you could buy clean piss, man.
No, what did you just say?
Let's get a topic. We need a topic. We're losing the chat.
Well, wait. You start talking, but I got something to tell you there. I've got 30 years of drug-free tests that I passed.
Cool. What's going on? I agree, man.
We went from Mandela effect to Sandy Hook to
yeah. So no, that's what I'm saying. When I live next door to a sheriff's deputy. He's a friend of mine. Knew him before he became a sheriff's deputy, and we were talking about that recent event that took place in Texas. And he's like, there is no
what took place in Texas? I'm not even aware. Is it a shooting?
Oh, you know, the Uvalde shooting.
Okay, yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I remember people were all people try to drag you back in. It's real this time.
Yeah, well, see, the whole thing I'm looking at, you know, is I know people, and nobody, they were all like, I don't give a shit what kind of orders I got from my superiors. If I was one of them cops on there and I knew my wife or my kids or whatever were in there, you know, and he says, even if it wasn't mine, he says, there's no way they could stop me from going in. He said, I would go. And he says, I know that just about everybody I work with would go. And for these guys to just lay down and accept the idea of cowardice, you know, or the label or moniker of cowardice, instead of, you know, what really took place? What really took place that caused this stand down for 90 minutes, I think it was, you know, I just don't see it. And they go ahead and be labeled as cowards and go ahead and take that. Were they threatened? You know, was there even really anything actually happened?
Hold up, Sovereign. Is Mr. B doing an audit here? Is that what we're seeing? I
don't know. Let me look.
Is he pulled over or what's going on? Don't answer questions, Mr. B.
Are you pulled over, Mr. B?
I'm in front of my house. My neighbor's getting pulled out of his house for some reason.
Oh, cool. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I was wondering. I mean, I look and it's just like, okay, here they go with the gun control bills, you know, again.
But again, you know, is that a psyop? Because I think it is. They talk about it, but people still always get their guns. And what it does is it stirs up the conversation that validifies these events again in the mind of conspiracy theorists.
My son brought up an interesting point because as it says in our Second Amendment, we have the right to keep and bear arms. But they've actually put this in a different classification as firearms because there again, wording is important. You know,
of course,
firearms is now a separate category from arms. And you're starting to see definitions reflect that, you know, and
what's up, ladies?
Scary.
You guys having fun tonight?
Oh, blast.
Oh,
now what's going on?
Mr. B is auditing the police department.
What's up?
I'm doing what I always do. What's up? Having fun.
All right.
How come we got two guys in the car tonight instead of one?
We're doubled up. We're ready to party. He's leaving in a little bit.
Party?
Yeah, we're ready to party.
You don't look like a party animal to me.
Oh, absolutely not.
Ask him if they got any good weed, man.
Mr. B, tell these police I think that nobody died at Sandy Hook.
Hey, say hello to the sovereign guy.
Hey, tell him nobody died at Sandy Hook, man.
Yeah,
nobody died at Sandy Hook. What do you think about that?
You're on YouTube.
What do you think about that, Mr. Policeman?
What's that? Ask him what? What do you want me to ask him?
I gotta mute myself, man.
Oh God! They ask you if you know where you get any good weed. What do you think of weed?
That is not what we asked.
One just opened up in Binghamton, right?
Oh, a good one. Oh, okay. It ain't me, buddy. I just like it. These guys are.
Tell him nobody died at Sandy Hook, man.
Hey, yeah, these guys these guys are arguing. It's a live stream. They said nobody died at Sandy Hook. What do you guys think of that?
Oh my gosh, you guys are too much.
Oh my God!
I don't know. You guys.
They said they're too. You guys are too much. and 9/11's a fake.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we gotta clear up the call, man. Take it easy, dude.
You behave, buddy.
Have a good night, all right?
I always have a good night.
Don't let him leave. Don't let him leave, man.
Don't
Keep
let
this
him leave,
going.
man.
We needed this.
Ask him what the Third Amendment is.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that crap. I have
Ask
to
him,
like our cops.
ask him what any of the amendments of the Constitution are.
Actually, Mike, they probably would know it. I got a good police.
They might know part of the first one, but that's about it, I'd say. They don't teach these guys the Constitution.
But you know something though. If you notice, they didn't give me a hard time. They were joking around with me and they were having fun. You know, they weren't. You know, because that's the way the cops are in this town. I've said it before. I got excellent police department.
They didn't get all fired up when it was mentioned that Sandy Hook was a hoax.
Nah, the guy said, "I don't know."
No, they said they were laughing. To be honest with you.
So
they look like a bunch of young guys.
Art, it's come to my attention here recently, and it makes sense that Jesus was not a carpenter, that he was actually a stonemason. And if you look at the type of materials that they built houses out of and things in that area, they were actually making that shit out of stone. It said he was a builder, but it didn't say necessarily a carpenter. I think he was a stonemason. That leads a lot onto that. What do you think?
Wait a minute. I watched that Mel Brooks movie, and he was making a chair out of wood, dude. It has to be true. It has
heart attack. Again.
You might want, when it comes to anything on scripture in the New Testament, you might want to take a look at the cast and crew of any Mel Brooks movie, and then ask yourself, is this a fair analogy? But it is comedy, you know what I'm saying? Cleveland County in the house, bro.
I got a neighbor, dude. I live in the middle of nowhere, and your buddy Kevin is literally my neighbor. Whoever Kevin Bobber is in the chat, I found out he's my neighbor.
No kidding. This guy.
Yeah, he lives like probably 6 or 7 miles from me. Maybe 10 miles.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, those guys that's what you always get. Oh, you're crazy. But when you pin people down on it, it's like, did you see any dead people? You know, all you got was the production that was given to you on television. You know, and of course, then you get people that say, well, I know that my best friend's cousin's uncle's sister-in-law was there, you know, or some shit like that. But you never can really ever run into somebody that was, actually a witness to it, you know, or they were involved in it or something like that. I also thought it was interesting with this Uvalde thing. Apparently, Matthew McConaughey, the actor, is from that town. And for some reason, because of that, he spoke at the White House.
I saw that. Yeah, he's so cringe.
Well, yeah, all he did was he just turned into the Lincoln lawyer for 5 minutes. It was a character.
Yeah.
You know, and he's just playing off that character, and people are like, oh, you know, they're going to listen to that just because they see his face, and he's been driving Lincoln since before it was cool and all that shit, you know. But he just melded right into that character, and people went, oh, and they believe that's how Matthew McConaughey really is.
People don't think reality can be so fake and artificially constructed, and they think that's too sick of a plan or whatever, but that's really what's happening, you know. I mean,
well, that's why I say that movie Wag the Dog, for crying out loud, that is one of the if you've not seen it, you've got to see it. You definitely got to see it. Let's see, I might have a link to it if I can find
it. You know, it's kind of interesting. I there's one thing, you know, I will agree with you on you guys. You know, people. I got friends that say that I'm wrong. I said, you know, a lot of the movies, TV shows, and so on that we have in our society is created to definitely program us for future events and past events.
Yep, and to keep you in fear. Fear is their big weapon, and that's what these events are. They perpetrate fear on you, and when you really dig into them, you're gonna really start to find that there's a whole ton of holes.
It's like I made a comment to one of my relatives. It's in law enforcement, and he thought I was fun. Joking. I said, I'm gonna tell you a little something. You can agree with it, disagree with it. For instance, the cops that we have now that are like in their 30s, 40s, even their early 50s, 90% of them became a cop by watching some of the shows we had when I was a kid, such as like Chips, T.J. Hooker, Dirty Harry, Kojak,
NYPD Blue, Dragnet,
NYPD do Hawaii 5-0, Dragnet. Oh, this is the city. I watch those shows too. I'm not gonna lie. I thought some of them were good. I mean, but you know something? It like T.J. Hooker. I said there's a classic. The stuff that T.J. Hooker did in that show. If he did it, if there was really a cop that actually did do it just quite that way, he'd be under the jail.
So good old Bill Shatner programmed everybody to want to be a cop and an astronaut.
Right.
I remember Jake and the Fat Man when I was little. That was a good one too.
This is kind of an interesting.
Columbo was my favorite. I still watch Columbo. I got every episode.
I've got the entire series of Columbo. Anybody, you know, Columbo was awesome. I mean, because he would be he'd act like a smart ass, and all of a sudden he'd come out saying, you know, we happen to know for a fact, and it was like the guy was a genius.
Well,
hey, Sovereign. Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Articuno just reminded me to hit the like button. He said if you don't hit the like, Chili will surf your couch indefinitely.
God, that's terrible.
I said thanks for the horrible flashbacks and to remind me to hit the like button.
Everybody hit that like button. But look, I've seen a lot of people, and you all out here on panel have mentioned a lot of these television programs. Okay. And this is interesting throughout television, quote unquote, history. You'll notice that there's three very prevalent types of television programs that they run, and they focus on either police, courtroom dramas, or hospitals and doctors,
or bigots.
Okay, even with your daytime dramas that you had called soap operas. So what are these messages that they're always trying to put forth to you is the justice system works, the police always get their man, the end justifies the means. And the medical system can cure anything, even if they're whacked out on Darvocets, like House, you see? And so it's like you total trust in the medical establishment, total trust in the justice system, total trust in law enforcement. You see? And none of it is like that in reality.
No, just like Trapper John MD. There's another good one. Oh my God! Oh, someone comes in for a routine checkup, or they got a splinter in their toe, and they come in, and all of a sudden, oh, you got lung cancer. We got to operate immediately. Stat.
Well, take a look at how we treat the actors in these fields. Okay, we give them almost above normal status, to in some cases godlike status. Where police and authority, people do whatever the fuck the cop tells them to do because they think it's lawful because it was said by a cop. The court system, they show it's always being fair and getting the right guy and putting bad guys away and clearing people's names when they're in, it's nothing like that. It's just a fucking racketeer. You go through it's like a grist mill. Anybody that's ever been to any court, that's what it is. It's just a fucking grist mill, and they make deals, and there's none of that shit like you see on TV at all.
Hey, Sovereign, did you see the video on my channel a while back where I was recording the cops over here? There's like a little duplex thing next to where I live, and these guys that used to live there, they had a lot of stuff going on. I guess some drug activity. Somebody drove through here at like 4 a.m. and unloaded a AR-15 clip on their little place there, and I guess the cops had been watching that place for a good 2 years, and finally they decided to raid the house. Only they didn't know that the guys they were raiding had already moved out and sold the place to someone else. This guy from Texas. The cops busted in this dude's door and raided his place when he wasn't home. And then they came and fixed the lock 2 days later before he ever came back and knew that they had ever even been there. He didn't even know his house got raided. They fixed his door and everything.
See, that kind of shit happens more than you think. People, they get to go to the wrong address and kick in the house and shit. And it's amazing to me, that they're still allowed to do this dumb shit, and
but
why
they came back, they fixed the dude's door, and then just like it never happened, they didn't tell the guy anything.
That stuff does, but it's like I'm sure you see me on Ironton's channel there. I'm gonna go up to Ironton, Ohio.
That's absolutely true, and that 9/11 did influence a lot of people to join the military. One that I like to point out is Pat Tillman. Guy had a promising football career ahead of him, and he was so moved by the events of 9/11 and he wanted to do something about it. He joined up. They sent him to Afghanistan. He figured out what it was all about, really. And rather than him come back and talk about it, they fragged his ass, Since 9/11, they've also had an active recruitment program with the NFL and other sports agencies to where they have military flyovers at games. They now have the players come out on the field when they do the national anthem. They didn't do that before. There was no issue with somebody.
They can molest you at the airport now, and it's happened to me several times during. Even I don't ever wear a fucking mask on a plane, and I took all those flights, but a few times I got pulled aside because I set off the X-ray scanner because of my hernia that I had. They thought like I had something, and they were over there fucking taking me in a side room and basically molesting me, all because of 9/11, which is fake.
Yeah, well, that created a paramilitary organization, the TSA, under the newly formed Department of Homeland Security, which that was formed up after that bullshit. But the perpetual endless war in the Middle East, at the behest of one little country there. They've taken out just about everybody with the exception of 2. And they're working on them right now. Although nothing's gone hot against Iran, they've been trying for years to get something hot going against Iran. But it's in my opinion, I believe it's all part of the Greater Israel Project. To get it's behind schedule anyways. The sinking of the USS Liberty in 1967 during the 6 Days War was designed to make it look as though Egypt had attacked the ship in order to get enough American sentiment to justify military force to help Israel. As it stood, it was observed by a Soviet observation plane. The attack was called off, and everybody on board was threatened with court-martial or death penalty if they even talked about the shit. Killed several sailors, but it was all designed to get American support. And up until the Black Tom incident, which in my reality had never occurred, you go back to when the Lusitania was torpedoed and sunk off the coast of Ireland, is what jolted the United States to get involved in World War I. But apparently the Black Tom incident is one of the events that motivated that, which supposedly took place before the Lusitania.
No, I think the Lusitania still predates it.
What's that?
Check the date on the Lusitania. What's the date? I think it predates it by a year, doesn't it?
No, I think the Black Tom incident predates the Lusitania. My wife just looked it up the other day when we were talking about it. Let me see here. Let's see sinking. Oh, wow.
So the story with the Black Tom is they found out a little later it was the German spies, and they're not saying that is what propelled them into the war. They're not saying that's like the main reason now in this timeline, reality, whatever, of why they entered the war, even though it was short after that. Within 2 years they were in the war, right? By 1918, because 1916 was Black Tom.
Okay, no, this was May 7th, 1915. I swear the other day when we looked, it was after the Lusitania took place after that. When we looked the other day, I swear to God. And because I was sitting here going, no, man, I've always been told it was the sinking of the Lusitania that got everybody to fire under everybody's ass. And, you know, like you said, we didn't really hit the fields of Europe till 1917.
Yeah. And hey, listen, now there's more too. And I'll have to check the date. Fuck, I don't have it on the top of my head, but I just covered this recently. So you guys earlier in the stream, you were talking about that January 6th thing, you know, a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Capitol building and anything. And just like with 9/11, you know, how Black Tom was never mentioned. Dude, the Capitol building, now in this reality, the Capitol building was bombed by the Germans. And the German who went and did it tried to not only bomb the Capitol building, then he went to J.P. Morgan's house, knocked on the door and shot him twice and tried to kill him. And I don't know any of that from before.
I didn't either.
That's insane, dude. And that,
see, I learned about that. I learned about that on one of your shows. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? No way. I mean, I flipped shit. I paused the video. I went and looked it up. I'm like, well, this is all new.
I'll give you another one that my uncle believes this. That when you say you would, I'd say you'd like my uncle. Like he believes that Magic Johnson did not have AIDS. He said that was all fake.
Likely. That's likely.
You got a video out there, Mr. Brian, that short and I'd like you to a question for you on one of your shorts you got, and believe me, I watched a couple of them, and my uncle, who he's like I said, he's an old hillbilly up in the hills. The one he showed, I'll tell you what, you made him laugh, and that laughter is good for the soul. He says he made the comment, satellites are real, but they're being held up by balloons. He said, I'd like to know a balloon that would stay up for months and months and years at a time without being refilled, because there's no way or a balloon that would be big enough we'd be able to, that we couldn't see, that would hold up a satellite. And just curious.
Well, satellites would be little boxes. I mean, they're not these gigantic things.
I wouldn't care if it's the size of a can of Budweiser. How do you keep it up in the air without refilling it?
Well, so we know that there's certain areas of the earth that you can't just go to, right? So what if the balloons traveled above the earth in a circular pattern, and then as they went over a certain area, like say Antarctica, you could land them, and then you could launch new ones up or do whatever you needed to do.
They'd have to have a pay. They'd have to have people up there continuously every day bringing them down, because the colder it gets, they'd come down more. So the cold air would make that helium come down. It would not stay up very long. And the signal wouldn't be accurate, because it'd be going up and down, up and down. We wouldn't be on this stream for so long, because we'd be losing signal. But the idea that a balloon could stay up in the air without being blown off course and all over God's green earth, or whatever you want to call it, it does sound a little lunacy. Next thing you know, that you're going to tell me Sovereign is a cowboy from 1885 reincarnated.
Well, let me tell you right now, they admit, not that I'm not going to admit that the satellites are all really balloons, but they admit that they have some up on balloons that are for different communications and things. They have a balloon program called the Google Loon program and other balloon programs that's admitted that they have things suspended up there for long periods of time.
The government don't admit nothing.
You can go look into it. I mean, it's not hard to find out about the Loon Balloon Project.
The government don't admit shit.
So you think that we wouldn't be able to get a signal if things were relayed off balloons, but we can get a clear signal off things that are in the vacuum of space and then shooting through the thermosphere and coming through all the layers of the atmosphere and being at a further distance? That makes more sense.
Well, you know something. I could give you both a free shuttle
What,
ride or
Mr.
rocket ride to
No, you
outer
couldn't,
space. You wouldn't go.
Mr. B. How long was that Chinese spy balloon floating
You couldn't,
around?
but you couldn't give us a rocket ride to space. But if you could, I would take you up on the offer.
Yep.
You know, there's a guy even on YouTube that's offered to fly anybody over to Antarctica if you're willing to pay the fare.
Yeah, go ahead and try it. He's they went ahead and took him up on it, and he weaseled out, bro. Sorry.
Not the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Couldn't
it's
get
the
enough
guy you're
passengers.
talking about. There's only one guy that's done that. It's the same guy, David Weiss, and a bunch of them got together and said, "Yeah, okay, we'll do it." And he says, "Oh, well, it's not me that's going to fly you, and you have to buy this ticket and all this other fucking bullshit." It wasn't anything at all of what he offered. He weaseled right out, bro. Nobody's going over the Antarctica. Look, man.
So if there's satellites all in space, how come you can never see one past the face of the moon?
That's a good question, man.
Because the balloons could be sitting lower in the atmosphere. They wouldn't be out into the outer space, the vacuum of space, where there's no interference of what you're looking at. So when you're looking at the moon, you should be able to see satellites continually traverse across it, and you never ever see that. I know you can't see it with a telescope. I mean, people.
That's a good point. I've never seen that, and we constantly watch the sky.
And while we're speaking about the moon, and we're going to talk about NASA, let's talk about the face of the moon. They tell you that the moon is also rotating like the Earth is. If you look at the face of the moon, you always see the same face of the moon. And the only way in which it does change orientation is if you follow a crater on the moon, it'll go around a ring like a clock, like hands on the clock. So if anything, that's either because of the way you're looking at it as it passes over, or it's turning like a disc. It doesn't turn like a ball because you would see the craters traverse the face from front to back. And you don't see that at all. And the fact that you can look at the moon and see the craters, and it's supposedly 237,000 miles away, and you're looking at it with your naked eye. It's a joke, man. And they tell you the stars are trillions of miles away. Oh, but you can see their light though, and you can look in really a lot closer with a telescope. So you think your telescope is really making that much of a difference? Take a telescope to the beach and then tell me your telescope's really helping you see trillions of miles into space. It's all a fantasy. Nobody's going to space.
That's exactly what I'm saying. If you can zoom in on a star with a little tube of fucking glass this big, or even with your phone or your goddamn video camera, and it's supposedly light years away, you should be able to zoom in as much as you want and not change any fucking thing at all. It'll still just be a dot in the sky. You see, that's the whole thing. These ridiculous distances that they give us, and we take it for granted, right? There's people say, "Oh, I can spout off these facts. The sun is 836,000 miles in diameter, and it's a distance of 92 million
don't
miles
pretend
away."
to be a scientist or say how far, but like someone made a comment here that I'm like the old man lived north, the old wacky old dude next door in shorts, lawn socks, and sandals. Well, here's the thing: I'm not that old. I'm 58. I don't own a pair of shorts, and I don't have long socks. And sandals are for women. How's that grab you? I wear denim or corduroy. That's it. Even in the dead of summer.
Cool. So on topic again that we were on.
Space travel.
Yeah. So you got to think about this. All right. They tell you this shit about the sun, and then you have to ask, how the fuck do you know that? How do you know how big and how far away it is? You have to have something of known value to give reference by. Okay, so the point of it is without that, a small object close up can behave the same as a large object far away. Without a point of reference or anything to compare it to, you don't know how big or how far away that object is, that point in space. So you have to start at the beginning. They give us these.
And that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem all the way back to the Eratosthenes thing.
Right.
They make the assumption that it's a fucking large sun, the millions of miles away, when it could be exactly what you're saying, small and local. So you can't determine the fucking radius of the Earth or the circumference of the Earth, as they would say, based off that experiment, because it's inconclusive. It works either way. You have to presuppose the model.
Absolutely. And I find it interesting that none of his contemporaries wrote of him or mentioned him, especially for having made such a monumental achievement as that for the time. And often, you know, it's like, and who is helping him? His assistant feces, obviously, because it's a bunch of shit. I don't think the guy even really existed. You know, much less how he's going to even communicate back to the other place. And, you know, come on. Just made up shit. People will buy it based on the fact is, and it's because we're programmed to appeal to authority, you see. And I mean, proof of that's in your advertising. They just dress an actor up like a doctor and sell you medicine, even tell you that it's not really a doctor, but you're going to buy it because you've been programmed. You've been programmed as that's an authoritative figure. That's someone who's gone beyond in higher education. When people have got this whole idea that higher education means that people have actually learned shit, they haven't. All they've done is mimic and regurgitate what they've been told. And you know, and this is so the more, I don't know, people say, oh, well, he's more smart because he has a whole bunch of papers and shit that says that. No, it just says he's a good test taker. That's what that tells me. I got to see some results. And so you can tell a guy, I mean, you even put you precede a statement with something like, top scientists agree that such and such, or 4 out of 5 doctors say. You don't ever even have to that's all the reference to these authorities that you need to make is that right there. You don't have to say who these people are. And even if you did, you can make up some motherfucker and chances are ain't nobody ever heard of him or care. But they're going to take it for the gospel because I told you that John Doohickey over here with a PhD said this, that, and the other. Oh, well, that must mean, you know, oh, from Stanford, you say. Well, I've heard of that place and it's expensive and beyond my reach. So it must be great. You know, that's the kind of thinking people have. And so we're programmed into that to assume that if information comes from what we perceive as an authoritative source, then that's the truth. And so then you have to really look, what am I perceiving as an authoritative source and why? Then you can start to see through all the bullshit. Oh yeah, there's a link to Brian's show for tomorrow in the chat.
I'm going to do My Awakening, episode 84. So I'm going to interview Blue Pac-Man 13. So it should be a really good interview.
Yeah. You've been knocking it out of the park there, kid. You know, doing really good with this shit. I've been watching a lot. Ain't enough hours in the day half the time, you know. Yeah. But it's good to get together with this stuff because this is some important shit that, like you showed on McToon. This is affecting everybody. And in case, Brian, if you didn't notice, I found where the lion went. Dreamy Lynn up here has stolen it for her avatar. And that's why it's been replaced with a wolf.
That lion was a picture that was sent to me by a friend that works with cheetahs in Africa. He was a wild lion that was sleeping. So I just think he's so adorable.
He is. He's beautiful. Beautiful animal. Beautiful
but he's
animal.
From Africa.
Yeah. So that's in case you were wondering, that's where that's gone to. Another thing I like to point out to Brian about this whole, when you know, we've had this ISS supposedly for what now, 25 years, 30 years? How long has that fucking thing been up there?
I like to call it the archive of media fakery, but continue.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, it's like, okay, at this point, what the fuck are they doing? I mean, there must have been some kind of breakthrough or something, but I guess all they do is, well, they've got several guitars up there. And I watched where they made a breakdown of how much it costs to take something up there. And that's just these band instruments alone that they've taken up there so they can do somersaults and sing and weightlessness for people. That's all they're doing. I mean, nobody's asking any of that. They're just convinced that's up there. And when you say, well, what are they doing? Oh, it's science.
They also did with Chris Hadfield with his guitar and the Bare Naked Ladies supposedly. Well, yeah, they're all of them on Earth, obviously, but allegedly Chris Hadfield is in the space station. They're on the Earth and they're doing a duet together, and it's in sync. And it's like other times they're trying to tell you there's a 13-second delay. Now you're telling me we're doing a musical performance with musicians on the space station and musicians on the Earth, and it's in sync. I mean, it's absolutely fucking absurd, dude. You said, sending the gorilla suits up and stuff, and how they tell you that stuff costs a lot. So in 2017, when the Patriots played the Falcons in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
After the Super Bowl, before the game would start or whatever, they were promoted on the ISS, and one was wearing a Patriots jersey and one was wearing a Falcons jersey, right? Or this might have been like shortly after. But the point is, the last drop that went up there was allegedly from SpaceX, and it was 4 months before that. So long before the playoff picture would even be figured out at all. It's the start of the season at best, right? If it was even started yet. So the idea that they would have had the teams to have the right jerseys means they would have had to send all the jerseys, right? But not only that, they held a football that said Super Bowl 50, Falcons versus Patriots inscribed on the football. So with all the possible combinations of teams that could have been in the Super Bowl, that SpaceX drop would have had to bring like 900 different footballs up there to make that one.
Yeah. That's just it. And not to mention that's in addition to their Aquanet shipment. They Aquanet hairspray, the
and the women supposedly stick a vacuum to their vagina to go pee.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
This is 2023. I wouldn't doubt anything. It's like some of the people in the chat saying don't go to doctors or trust doctors at all. That's kind of funny.
Why would that be funny? We just saw
you don't
the
think we
whole
need
medical.
So you don't like doctors now?
Well, I don't trust them. No. Why would you?
My father died of COPD in 2002. I'm 20. I mean, he spent 10 years on oxygen, and the doctors actually kept him alive for another 10 years before it was he finally gave up the ghost.
The doctors kept him alive, or the
That's
oxygen?
what I was thinking. Did the doctors or the oxygen?
No, it was more. No, the doctors did. He was getting infusions every month to keep his immune system. And if it wasn't for the infusions, he got a monthly infusion. If it wasn't for that, hell, he'd be dead before he was. He wouldn't have made. You could have farted on him and gave him a cold.
Doctors have their place. People have strokes, heart attacks, get in car wrecks, things like that. What I'm opposed to is this drug dealing garbage going on where they say, oh, so you've got this wrong with you today, so you're going to have to take this medication for the rest of the life. When they know that that medication is going to be what actually ends up causing you more problems than just being on it temporarily. We don't
or the diagnosing
for the rest of our life just because we had one headache.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. It's not about the doctors not having a place in our life. They do very much. I'm grateful I'm here because of that.
Well, if we actually
I'm not going to take drugs for the rest of my life because I did stay on the medication 5 years.
Well, that's because, Dreamy, we don't have any physicians anymore. Okay, we don't have any real physicians anymore.
Well, that's true.
We have pharmacological MDs. Okay, if they can't give you a pill for it, they cut it out or cut it off. That's about the only options that they do.
Right.
Whereas when an actual physician treats a patient and not the symptom, not the specific thing. You have to, there's other factors that are involved. We're complex machinery, man, and to just focus on one part is not the whole of the thing. It's like, well, we can either cut it out or give you this pill. And like you stated, those pills come along with what they call side effects, but I say they're the effects.
Yes.
And then because of those, and they give you some other fucking pills to take care of that. And the next thing you know,
Yes.
you're eating a bowl full of goddamn pills a day.
I was taking 29 pills in the morning when I woke up.
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah. My
Because I had
my
side
father
effects
was that
from
way.
things. I started turning yellow. My liver, one of the medications screwed up my liver. They told me, my doctor told me, I'm taking you off the medication. Your liver won't, should not get worse, but it's never going to get better. Well, I found this little herb known to most human beings on this planet as milkweed, milk thistle, I mean. And I took the extract for a year. I end up having pinky skin again. I'm very white, pasty. I look pinky like a mouse. But yeah, I mean, and they told me that I was going to have to live that way the rest of my life. That's why I quit all medications. Now, when the doctor tells me what's wrong, which I haven't seen but one since 2005, and I just quit it all. Let my body detox, did detox fast, started, going back to what I knew as a child, which was herbs and foods is what heals us.
Well, Mr. B asked, he says, so you don't like doctors? It's not about that. It's because I don't agree with a lot of the path of medicine.
Oh, I understand that, but people say the meds is what killed my father. It ain't what killed my father.
But I'm seeing,
people are idiots that think the meds killed him.
That's not what I was getting ready to say. Well, they obviously didn't keep him alive, right?
Well, certainly did. You have no idea what.
Where's he at now?
Do you know what COPD is?
Where's he at, Mr. B? Where's he at now?
In a cemetery.
Okay, so all they did was stave off. See, there was no cure. There was no getting
you're
better.
Right. Actually, there was a cure, but there was a cure. Believe it or not, he'd be alive today. But my father had a problem. He smoked before when smoking was cool. He died at 85 years old. He smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day. Well, and he was in denial his whole life.
He did all right. If he smoked all that cigarettes and he lived to be 85, that's good, man. It wasn't, come on, man.
No, but he was in denial.
What I'm getting at is this, Mr. B. It's this right here. Okay. I just watched for the last couple of years where an entire medical profession was controlled by a drug company at the expense of the health of those patients, of those practitioners. Okay? So, what am I looking at here? I mean, isn't the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm? Isn't that what they're supposed to swear an oath to? Yet they just blindly go through with this, and when they see that it is something, then they're gonna just shut their fucking mouths because of the golden handcuff.
That's like saying the cops' number one priority is the preservation of human life. Get the fuck out of here.
What is Angel? What is NAC for COPD?
I don't know what that is.
Well, because because
smoking's not cool anymore. It is here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind push button. You just smoke it up, smoke them if you got them. The smoking lantern is lit. Come on, what, you want to fucking live forever? Don't you?
I want to see what these YouTube doctors are saying NAC is, because as far as curing it, there is no cure.
No, we're not giving any medical advice. In fact, we're not going to talk about your father's condition anymore. You asked me a question about what I thought about doctors, and I went ahead and told you my opinion on doctors. So that being said, that's great. Yeah. I'm glad that your dad lived to be 85 years old. I'm sorry he had COPD. It's a shame that he smoked, I guess, and from one standpoint, because that's what it gave him. Probably that.
Condition he tried saying it was his job because he worked around asbestos, but but
the reality of it is this, Mr. B, is that we're not talking about your father. We're talking about in general what we see in that community is the fact that, as Dreamy Lynn stated, and I've witnessed myself when it came to my father's health, that they just end up where you have an entire goddamn bowl full of pills that you're taking every day, and it's a progression that takes place because this pill here has effects, and so you start suffering from those effects, and then you have to take this other pill that they give you, or they take you off of that one and put you on something worse, and that's where it goes to. Whereas you'd probably have been better off to not take the first goddamn pill in the first place, you know. But they know very little about these drugs that they're giving people, only what the pharmaceutical salesman has told them about it, you know. And it's a shame. The entire medical system has been taken over by Rockefeller funded medical schools, and well, there you go, going all the way back to Devil Bill, who was a snake oil salesman. Ta-da! Still the family business.
Oh yeah, there's stuff. I mean, believe me, it's like people say that you can cure anything by doing this and that. And to be honest with you, you know, it's like people with lung cancer. You know, they say, oh well, we'll give you a lung transplant. Mm-hmm. And I know I've heard people say conspiracy. My uncle believes it too. You know, when you're going on the lung transplant list, if you got enough money, they'll actually kill an innocent person to get their body parts.
Yeah, I believe that. David Rockefeller got 5 heart transplants. Think about that. And who would be able to get your medical information to know if you were a ripe and healthy donor? Of course. Come on. Most people get on a donor list and they have to wait for a match and all this other shit. This guy gets 5. Let's get real here. You're on to something with that.
Letterman. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a David Letterman episode where there was a lady that was 102 years old, and he asked her what the longevity of her life, you know, how did she get so old? And she said, stay the hell away from doctors.
Yeah.
That was back like in the 80s.
Well,
I've seen another old lady that said that whiskey, sour mash whiskey, was the secret.
Here's an interesting correlation to look at, okay? Let's look at how much more prevalent the medical establishment is in our lives today as opposed to, say, 1970, okay? If any of you can remember back that far, I can. Vividly. Let's go even to 1975 for some of you. Now, let's take a look at the ratio of obese and fucked up people that we have now compared to them. Look at the amount of handicapped parking spaces at any given business. All of them are full. People using mobility carts all over the place. You can't get through the aisles of Walmart because there's so much ass in the way. How is this occurring? What's going on? We're supposed to be on the cutting edge of health and fitness, right? Because we've got the best medical system in the world and we're the land of the free and all this shit. Look, we're turned into the land of the stupid fat slaves, man. And that's what we've got. How did that happen? Seems like the more the medical establishment gets encrusted into our existence, the worse the overall health seems to get.
They have to create it. They got to keep the cattle moving through. That's how they make their money.
I mean, the city of Harrisonburg here in Virginia, if it were not for the university and the hospital, wouldn't even exist. And because of that hospital, I could drop you off and blindfold you randomly somewhere in Harrisonburg, give you a rock and let you throw it. And the chances of you hitting some kind of a medical establishment would be just out of this world. I would bet money on it every time. Whether it be an eye doctor, a dentist, or even any of these things, man. And then there's all these specialists. You got a left pinky toe specialist. You got a fucking right elbow specialist and all this bullshit, man. And as it goes on and supposedly getting better, then the worse health I see in people. I mean, I can't believe.
Parted out, Sovereign. We've been parted out.
Yeah, no shit. But I mean, it's everybody. I mean, I've never seen the level of obesity that I see today.
Well, I mean, look at society in general. There's people
Yeah,
that are
that's what I'm
perfectly
saying.
healthy to work. There's people that are perfectly capable of working that sit on their ass.
It's not because of that, though, Mr. B. It's not because of sedentary lifestyle. That's bullshit. The reality of it is, it's because our food isn't food.
Right.
Our food, what we eat here in the United States, is banned in most countries because it's fucking poison.
Well, when you sit on your ass, you're right, you're wrong. But when you sit on your ass and eat that junk food and soda pop and gallons of beer and bags of potato chips, excuse me, not chips, and fried food, and not exercise a little, do anything like the first. I mean, I know people the first they walk into the refrigerator and the toilet, you're going to become a lard ass.
No, man. I agree. Yes, that will happen. I agree that will happen.
Sorry, go ahead.
I agree that will happen, but not with that many people. Okay, this is what we're getting at. How is it? Listen, people was still doing the same kind of shit, relaxing, watching movies, watching television, all that shit in the 70s. Okay, what is different between then and now? Why are there all these obese people now? It used to be rare to see somebody obese.
What? Back in the 70s and 80s, when I was, let me ask something, Sovereign. What year were you? How old are you? 57, 58?
57 years. I'm 57.
Okay, I got a year on you. You know, when I was, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my childhood. When I was a kid, my father didn't turn the TV cable back on in the downstairs until September, when we went back to school. As soon as we were out of school at the end of June, he called the cable company, shut the damn thing off, and in the morning, it's like he threw the TV, and then he took TV and put it in the closet and said, "No TV till it's cold out. Get your ass outside and play and do something." Today, I know grown-ass adults in their 40s and 50s and 20s that never leave their house and play video games all day. We didn't have a video game like we do. Hell, I'd get a video game pretending I'm Al Capone and shooting up Fidel Castro.
Right. Okay, so what we're talking about here, regardless of what you did in your house and all that other shit, is the very fact that there is a much higher rate of not only obesity but diabetes in the American population than there has ever been before in our history. Okay. And what I'm trying to point out is it's not because of that at all. What it's because of is the fact that the food we're eating is not food. And so it goes into our system as unneeded calories or fat. Okay. There's very little nutrition involved with a lot of this shit that you're eating. And it's in all of our foods. I mean, we go to the grocery store, you'd be surprised how much of what you pick up at the grocery store would be outright banned from other countries because of the ingredients. And it's not food. And so what brought me onto this was I was like, well, how is it that so many impoverished people, poor people in the lower spectrum of their income, there's a high percentage of obesity amongst those people? How is that? They don't get a huge amount of money in their food stamps and
because they buy the cheapest food and it has the most bad shit in it.
There you go. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And so this is now permeating through to where there's very little of the food that you get at the supermarket that is actual food. Or even if you do go with your produce and your meats and things, they're so heavily inundated with hormones and genetically modified processes and things like that, that it's still not healthy for you to eat. So it's almost like they've targeted us that way. Now they're just going to cut it out altogether. I don't know, Brian.
No, I don't. But if you saw what I eat, you wouldn't eat what I eat.
No, you were talking about raw liver. I'm not down for that. I like liver.
No, but not just that. I mean, but the only thing but I love liver. I like it cooked. Yeah. But I get my liver from my family's farm. We grow our own my uncle grows like 3 cows a year.
Impressive.
I eat
Cool.
nothing but I eat the cows he grows. I eat, and when he don't have cows, I got 15 deers in my freezer right now. I eat the only thing I buy at the store is milk in a glass jar. I don't eat no dairy products unless we make them ourselves, our family. I grow my own vegetables. I don't
Awesome.
buy any canned vegetables.
Yeah, man. Bios con Dios. That's exactly the way to do it. Homestead as much as possible.
Yes.
We got Bearsworth with us, and he hasn't been able to get a word in edgewise. And I'm assuming you're from it looks like you got a pretty cool little workroom there or something, man.
Yeah, hey Dave. Yeah, I'm in my shed.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know, a lot of topics you're hitting on, lots of stuff. I even lost where I was even going, but yeah, even like processed cheese, man. I did, and it's funny how they have to put it out in plain sight. Some of the shit, because I'm in Canada and we have CBC, this radio station that is like funded by the government, and it's propaganda. But I remember I used to be like total normie, and I listened to CBC and I loved it. And I just thought it was like totally informative and not biased at all. And there's a few reports like 6-7 years ago, and one was about cell phones and how they probably give you cancer, and about how if you put them close to your body, it's bad. Like even in the like fine print, you're probably supposed to hold them at least like an inch away from your body, or else it's giving you like radiation and shit. And it was like right on the like public radio station, and nobody even like thinks about it. And then also like with the food thing you guys were talking about with food, man, processed cheese and all these processed foods, the bugs and animals won't even eat them. And there's a thing on, and it was just some girl that was like a reporter on there, and she said that she went out partying and she stuck a piece of cheese to the front door, and it processed cheese, and not even a bug would ever go near it. There wasn't even like, there's a few bugs stuck to it, but nothing ate it. And so I tried that. I like put like processed cheese out in the yard. Nothing will eat processed cheese other than humans. It's like, it's fucking interesting.
I threw this bread out, man. Check this out. So one Thanksgiving, my wife bought this bread at the supermarket. I don't know if you got it around where you're at, any of y'all out there, but it's called Cha-Ching. And it's like the cheapo brand. Okay.
Yes.
They have this at Food Line. And it's got a little picture of a piggy bank on it, This shit's always cheap. So my wife, she was going to make Thanksgiving for everybody. And she bought a bunch of that bread because it was cheaper to make stuffing with. Well, there was some of it left over. That shit didn't mold. It didn't get stale. It sat there on the counter for 4 fucking months, man. And it started to mold on one of the little pieces. So I says, yeah, okay, good enough for that experiment. So I took it outside, broke it up, and I threw it out in the yard for the squirrels and the birds, right? They never come for it. They never come after it. They wouldn't touch it. They didn't eat it. It ended up washing away and soaking into the ground, man.
I know the bread you're talking about. My father and mother bought some before they died, and they forgot about it. They bought a bunch of it. They threw 2 loaves on top of the refrigerator, and they pulled it out like a year later. They found it. My father worked for Interstate Brands Corporations. I'm sure you've heard of them. Millbrook Bread.
Yeah. Get to the point.
And he said in his whole life he never saw bread last more than 2 weeks without starting to roll. This stuff was soft, and somebody said, "What's it made of? Plastic?"
Well, and here's how people's brains work, right? And the reason I was telling you about that bread is because I was at the supermarket just day before yesterday, picking up some bread. And this lady that was right there by me, she was grabbing a loaf of that very bread that I'm talking about, that cha-ching. Well, I had to tell her. I said, hey, I'd be careful with that shit right there. She says, why? And I told her the story. And I says, and the birds and shit wouldn't eat it. That's because there's chemicals in that shit that's not good for you. They know better. you know?
Mm-hmm.
She goes, well, I just get it because I only eat it once in a while. And I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, I only ingest fucking lead, you know, a couple times a week. That's okay. You know, and I was like, wow, there's somebody that's there. How is your brain even working? You know? Oh, it's only a little bit of poison at a time. You know, it's like, oh, well, that makes it just fine then. Shit. You know, oh, it's only a little bit of dog shit on my popsicle. It's okay. Fuck. It's, oh, cannot get it. I actually ran into a lady one time. We have lobby day in Virginia. And it's when your new delegates are all sworn in. And you go down and down the Capitol. It's always been where you can be armed. And so a busload of us went down there. This is a couple years back. And they were talking about this gun confiscation and shit that they were trying to get run through our state legislature. And this woman next to me said, we were talking about, you know, the Second Amendment and how they're not allowed to do that, this, that, and the other. And she goes, well, if Donald Trump wanted me to give up my guns, then I would. And I went, it just blew me away.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump wanted me to give up my guns, I would.
Yeah.
What a statement, all wrapped up in one, huh?
I know. I was like, oh, and there's more people like you out there. That's fucking scary. You know, and that's where I was talking about earlier on in the broadcast was this, you know, I guess they made an appointment with Trump to arrest him Tuesday. And now he's calling for these protests. And I'm thinking, how stupid are these people? Are they gonna fall for the Charlie Brown football gag again by Charles M. Schultz with a T?
Exactly.
Are they going to
you know
fall
the
for
answer
it
to that?
again?
The answer is a unanimous yes, Dave. Of course they're going to fall for it again.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, and that's why
Well, I mean, what fast one can't you pull over on these people? I mean, it's endless.
it's always the same over and over, just like now with the look, spy balloons and fucking UFOs. 1947 UFO crashes in Roswell, New Mexico. Supposedly, next day they're saying it was a fucking weather balloon.
Well, there you go, Dave. That's how you can eliminate the Federal Reserve and that and become president. Just run against Trump when they and get the Republican nomination. Run when you win. You can do all you want because you know something. They're going to do whatever they can to stop Trump from winning.
Well, it's going to matter anyways. It's just a big dog and fucking pony show. Anyways, I think it should be painfully obvious to you, Mr. B, at this
I didn't say it was.
That you have absolutely no play in it whatsoever, and that they just do whatever the fuck they're going to do.
The only thing that really matters to me is local government, is the local elections. Those you can control.
Yeah, well, can you? Really?
Oh, no, you can't control them. They just want.
You don't. I'm going to tell you something.
They just had a meeting online that showed the mayor literally took out public comment so the public couldn't speak.
Yeah.
No, they don't do that in my town.
Yes. Well, that maybe not your town, but it's happening across the United States.
Yeah.
I know it's happening across the United States. Look, like I said, it's like our town pool. It don't make money. It barely makes enough money to keep it open, but we want it. The town where I live in pays for it, and that's why it's open. And we got people that come in from out of town, and the prices for the residents here is like $25 for the summer. If you come into if any of you that don't live in my town came here to try and swim in that pool, you're going to pay $10. And they say you can't do that. It's unconstitutional. Yes, we can. It's our pool. We built it. We maintain it. You want to use it, you're going to pay.
Jeez,
Right.
That's rude.
Well,
you'd make more money because you'd have more people coming if the price was more reasonable.
We don't want outsiders coming in because they screw it up. That's why they vandalize it.
Well,
I guess the town don't have very much good control.
in all reality, listen, small town politics is just as crooked as big time politics.
Yes, it is.
The people that get involved in the big time politics, they put on a good show. They're actors. Okay. They're playing a character. Okay. Donald Trump is a fucking character. Okay. Joe Biden is playing a character as well. Okay.
Just like JFK was a character.
Yep. And it's a puppet. It's somebody for you to yell at. It's somebody for you to pat on the back. It's a good guy. It's a bad guy. It's depending on what they want you to
The
see.
two-party thing is the red blue, the two-party thing. It's
Yep.
always one choice to the other, and that what that does in every situation is eliminates critical thought of any
Yep.
kind, and it creates like a cult where you just follow whatever these idiots say. People want to support Trump, and Trump is the one that, you know, even these people that are, you know, say that they know that COVID's ridiculous and the vaccines are bad, and they still support Trump. And okay, well, who was in office when this started? And who fast-tracked? Remember Operation Warp Speed? Who fast-tracked this whole thing? I mean, give me a break. And not that he even fast-tracked it, because we know it's much bigger than him and he's a puppet. But who was sitting in that chair that you think holds so much value when this went down? You know?
Well, here's another one that they slipped in on us that a lot of people aren't really paying attention to. And Ryan brought this up the other night, and I was like, oh yeah. Okay, so he enacted another thing too that's they do during wartime. Okay. And that is, remember when he set it up, he said he was going to have all these factories convert over and start making ventilators. Well, it's not just ventilators specifically. All they have to do, the government, all they have to do is flip a switch to go over to wartime fucking manufacturing, just like they did in World War II. Okay. Like in Pontiac, in Detroit, in Michigan, when World War II broke out, man, all the plants, all the automobile plants converted over to wartime productions. They were making tanks. They was making planes. Typewriter companies like started making fucking small arms because they had the machinery and the tooling to make such products. So that whole thing about going to make all these ventilators, and didn't he have some made? Where'd they go? What happened to all the ventilators? Where'd that shit go to? But now everything's all on Biden's lap. When it was Trump that was out there, like Brian said, with the Operation Warp Speed, you know?
Yeah.
And he looked like a fucking QVC salesman.
And that's just for me to make it relate to the people that believe in it, to make a point. You know, for me, when I watch it go down, though, it's not that he's pushing that forward. It's just that he's a fucking clown behind the camera reading the script.
Yeah. I mean, he looked like a damned QVC salesman talking about those tests and talking about the shots and shit. He was, I mean, you look just like he was a salesman for that shit, you know? And I was like, holy cow, man, really?
Well, they orchestrate this stuff hiding behind the corporation. That's where it all gets going, because right now these corporations that aren't even part of part of our government, supposedly. You know, I mean, and they have people like California had piles and piles of masks and all these things, medical supplies for this COVID crap. This sat out in the rain and went to crap.
Well,
tons of junk, and it went on across the whole country. I mean, and then it wasn't. I don't think it was. You know, Trump. He can't control the World Health Organization. He's not the president of that corporation. We have all these corporations that are hitting us, and all at once, it seems like to me. That's from my point of view.
That got me with Trump right there. Take the guns, due process later. I'm like, what? What did he just say? I'm like, no.
He also started the fake Space Force too.
Oh my God, I know. I
Well,
know.
not started it, but I mean that went down too, man. Come
oh my
on.
God. Is Renee Bernays still in here?
Yeah.
She was telling me something about somebody that joined up in Space Force or some shit. And I was like, no way. I mean, where do they have this at the recruitment office now? Can you go down to where they have the Army and the Navy recruiter and just they have Space Force recruiters or what? Yeah, Renee, tell us more about that. She told me about something about that with this Jill. I think that's what she's talking about.
Hilarious, man.
Yeah, said that this person was like, it's not even their field. They just ended up in this thing. But I mean, do you go down? I'm asking seriously. I mean, you go down like where the Army recruiters at? I'm gonna go check.
I don't know. You probably can. I mean, they're not going to send you to space. We know all of that. But well, I shouldn't say we all know that. I know some people here believe in it still, but I would take a look at it. No, we all believed it at a point until we looked, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You know, it took me till 2011 to look into the moon landing and realize, okay, well, this is, you know, and that was after I already did my 9/11 thing. So it was like, this is complete trash. Hey, Mr. B.
Yeah.
What's your take on the moon landing? Do you think we really went to the moon, or?
Yeah, carry this a minute. I'll be right back. Do you think we went to the moon, Mr. B?
Yes.
Bismarck says, "Oh."
I don't care. I mean, everyone has their own beliefs.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to?
It's like right now. I'll tell you. It's like right now. It's like you know, I can look up anything online. I could look up.
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, it's like Mr. Sovereign there said that the space shuttle Challenger that exploded, that those people didn't really, it was empty and they didn't really die, and the people are living different lives. Like one's a professor someplace. You know something? I'll tell you what. Let's go and ask those people if they were really the ones that were supposedly died in Space Shuttle Challenger and changed their name. Bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's not really, you know, that's a lot different than the moon landing, though. The moon landing, though, have you ever?
But even so, you're saying that's part of it. You're saying the moon landing didn't happen. We never been to space. You know,
I'm not claiming all those people are all the.
But
people
how do you know they didn't happen? What? Just because you read what you read online and what you see online? I mean, I could read online that you're Edgar Allan Poe reincarnated. Does that mean it's true? You're believing you're not Edgar Allan Poe.
I know I'm not Edgar Allan Poe, but I know when I go and look at statics, first off, starting with the photographic and video evidence from the lunar surface, you see many things that don't make sense, like shadows going in intersecting with each other, repeating backgrounds. And then when you get more into the technological aspects of it, like how did they get there? How did the spacesuits work? You know, the fuel and all these things, the rocket in the vacuum of space, none of it seems to really add up. They can't show you the flag on the moon. You know,
you should look at the Crow episode of on Edgar Allan Poe. It's fucking crazy.
No, it's but
the
no.
book
Oh
that he
yeah, I'm
wrote.
saying, but the one saying please protest. I'm not going to protest for any politician. But you know that you know, it's like, and you know, it's just not going to happen. But when people say, I've had people say like the same thing I mentioned before, like our town hall, we shouldn't charge more people that don't live in town because it ain't we'd get more people. There's reasons for everything. It's like the cops I was talking to. They didn't get pissed off. See, like the reason why I think my town is so unique, I'll give you a good example. How many of you live in a town where the cops get a new police car every year or every 2 years?
Sounds kind of frivolous to me.
We don't give them a new car. Our police just got a new car after 27 years because their old one finally it rotted out. Until 2 years ago, our police cars were running around with holes in them because they were all rotted out. Because we said, you only patrol a 8 square miles town. You don't need a fancy car. We don't care what it looks like until it falls apart. We have Bondo buggy police cars. They did not get a new cop car until we, the people, as it says in the Declaration of Independence, we, the people, say you can have one. Our cops are paid the same salary they were in 1998, $58,000 a year. That's it. They do what we tell them to do.
Sure, they do.
Yeah, they do. You've never been.
I'm going to tell you. You know how you turn a pussy into a dick? You give them a badge.
I'm telling you, Sovereign, if I brought you to my town, you would actually be impressed how our cops conduct themselves. It's a suburban area. I live in a suburban town. There's these houses.
You live in the north. I ain't want to get up there nowhere.
Any astronauts?
Actually, I don't live in the north, but regardless.
Fucking.
You got any astronauts that live in that town?
Actually, there is in my hometown, an astronaut did come from it.
Who?
Eileen Collins, first female space shuttle commander.
I was once in Rome, Texas. It was a population of 8. They didn't have any cop cars.
we have a cop. We have 3 cops, I think, in my town, and they primarily direct traffic when school lets out. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Some small towns are very good. I still think that there's good ones out there, but there's a lot of trash needs cleaned up.
So you say Eileen Collins is the astronaut that's from there, female astronaut? That was a good move by NASA because after all, they need somebody to make sandwiches up there.
Actually, she's a very intelligent woman.
Well, it's cool too. Conversation
Keep her in
too.
the kitchen, huh?
Don't let her drive. Don't let her drive. No.
She actually has a home in Florida, not too far from you. I've been told she lives there in Fredericksburg. Has a home in Florida as well.
My wife told me to get in touch with my feminine side, so I crashed the car.
Well, it's funny. You sound like my grandfather, sir, and my father. Because here's a funny thing. My sister is the first female in my family to ever hold a driver's license. It was not allowed. My grandfather and my father actually what most women call male chauvinist pigs. My grandfather believed that women's place was to board children, raise their children, and keep the house clean. And they were the boss. They never drove. They and not run for office, not work, not do anything. My father believed that women should not drive a car. That was the only difference. He mellowed out in the generation. I don't believe that. I think women should have as much freedom as I do. If they, that's just the way it is. Just like anything else. I mean, there's things.
Listen, I don't want anybody to misunderstand me. I believe that a woman should be placed on a pedestal, high enough so you can see up her dress at least. But
brother.
No, I'm kidding. So hang on, let me find Renee.
For some reason, I don't think you are kidding.
I am.
I'm a really good driver. I've kept a clean record my entire driving record, and I've been rear-ended twice, but that was to no fault of my own. Couldn't go nowhere. I was at a stoplight and a stop sign. But yeah, I've raced my cars back in the day. I'm a good driver.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of good drivers. There's a lot of bad women drivers out there, and there's a lot of bad men drivers.
I don't care.
How respectful
I think
is it?
goes both ways. I agree with you on that. That there's good women drivers and bad ones, and same with men.
How respectable is it to expect that women should go to war like men?
That's on the
what the fuck is that? That's equal. Okay, yeah. Let's.
I don't think
women
anyone should go to war, but that's crazy to me.
I mean, because here's the thing though. Like when I was in the military as well, and you know what the biggest thing that always irked me? Because there was women that were in the military that screamed they were just as good as a man, but yeah. A 20-year-old woman or 21-year-old woman in the military, her physical entrance exam is easier than a 48-year-old man that's been in there for 20 years.
Well, see, women or girls, whatever, we are givers of life. How do you take somebody's life you've never met that's never caused you any harm? I mean, male or female, men and women. How the hell do you take somebody else's life when it's not yours to take? They never harmed you. You were told some bullshit to do somebody else's dirty work. Other men are going, hey, we're going to recruit you and pay you, and here's some money for doing our dirty work for us. Mm-hmm. That's how I see it. And I know a lot of vets that agree with me on that. I'm not blaming them for going in because I know they're being lied to and tricked and deceived to get them to come do their dirty work because they don't put it so bluntly like me.
So
you understand what I'm saying? How do we take a life? That to me would just be the most horrible thing to do.
I've got up here on the screen. This is Renee Bernays was telling me her friend that she knew who was let me pull this back up. It says that she used to be a video and sound engineer, composer, and public school music teacher. And now it says this is a screenshot of her post. As some of you know, I left Alouette at the very end of 2022 in favor of focusing full-time on finding something new and progressing the doctoral dissertation. For the final 9 months on the job, I had a very toxic environment and became unbearable and was affecting my health. So I peaced out. Okay. Let's see. It took me a while to find my new gig, but I am thrilled to announce that starting Monday, March 13th, 2023, I will be principal engineer systems for Northrop Grumman.
Which is my mother. If you guys remember, my mother called in about the moon landing a couple weeks ago, and she brought up that company. But continue. We'll talk about that after.
Grumman. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I will still be focused on producing online space trainings, but instead of only serving space, where are we at? Let's see. But instead of only serving Space Force, I will now be making them for NASA, SpaceX, Space Force, etc., with a main focus on space satellite systems / operations. So she's going to be making the cartoons to make us believe in space for these people, is basically what she's saying here. But what did she do? That's what I'm not getting. You know, one day you're a school teacher or you're working on your dissertation or whatever, and the next day it's like, hey, I went and joined up in the fucking Space Force. Oh, okay. I mean, really?
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Maybe you ought to try. Maybe they need space truckers, man.
I doubt that. And Plowboy said your niece was in Marines, so the same basic training as men. Incorrect. She did not have to do as many push-ups, sit-ups, and run the same mile in the same mile time as a man. Bullshit. She wasn't G.I. Jane. That's bullshit. Look it up yourself. That's that.
Well,
Space Force is hiring. Space Force is hiring, Mr. B.
I already know the regular military is having trouble finding anybody who's not fat and stupid to join. I mean, I'm sorry.
But like when I went in, I joined in '85, and when I went in, I had to do 2 miles in like 15 minutes and so many odd seconds, and the women had 28 minutes. And they had to, and the men had to do like 50 push-ups in so many minutes. And the women only had to do like 24 or 25. I don't know what it is now, but their standards are lower. A woman can have her hair down to her shoulders. A man gets the old song, and I'm sure I could even remember the song like it was yesterday. They stuck me in a barber chair, spun me around, they had no hair. Mama, can't you see what the army done for me? They got me looking like Omer Pyle. Left, right. But no, they did not have the same physical standards as a man. Bullshit.
I always appreciate a good jingle, man. Seriously, I like to sing once in a while. You know, I always appreciate it.
Oh, I mean, hey, that's one. The camaraderie in the military was awesome.
No way. I'll tell you, it was definitely an experience. I saw shit that I look back at now that I was horrified at is almost comical. I'm sure they're not allowed to treat recruits the way they did us today.
No, they ain't.
We had this guy, okay, that when they ended up shaving his head, I'm not shitting you, man, from front to back, his head was kind of elongated and it had like a dip in the middle. It put you in mind of a fucking peanut in the shell still, you know?
You know what that reminds me of? We had a guy in basic training. No shit. We had
Hold on.
this guy.
Oh my God.
It's the same way.
Okay, so this kid, I can't even remember what his name was, but they like punished him for having a stupid fucking head. They did, man.
I bet you they did.
They couldn't. So they were having a hard time fitting his headwear to him, you know, as you can imagine.
Because his head was shaped like a peanut laying on its side.
Yes. They were calling him roller coaster head and making him do push-ups because they couldn't make the helmet fit on his fucking head right. And I was like, that is one of the cruelest things in the world. This fucking guy can't help the way his head is, you know. I mean, there's shit like that, man. They didn't put up with none of that. They didn't put up with none of that homo shit. I know that, man. They caught two guys. Somebody caught them on fire watch, getting together. They were gone. Never heard from them again. They were gone.
Jeez, I wonder why.
Did he have a monocle?
No doubt. No, it was like the peanut. Yeah, laying on its side though, man. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to. I don't want to get that in my head. We had a guy. When they shaved his head, he looked like Cecil Turtle. We call it, and the drill sergeant looked at him and came around. And he said, "Well, look at here. We got Cecil Turtle here. Was your daddy Bugs Bunny?" Oh my! And they tortured that poor. And he did. He looked like Cecil Turtle from Looney Tunes. And his last name was the worst last name. Oh, look at this. He's Cecil Turtle, and his last name is Sergeant. Oh, what? So what are you, Private Sergeant? You think you're better than me, Sergeant? Oh God.
Yeah, I ran across a situation like that. They have a war games exercise that takes place in Germany, or at least they used to, and it was called Reforger, and it stood for Redeployment of Forces to Germany. And basically, it's NATO forces attack Germany, and the NATO forces in Germany repel the attack. And I mean, you get tank battles in the middle of somebody's fucking farmyard, man. It's crazy shit goes down. And this one, we had a rear post set up at Gießen on a mountain, and they had this big mess hall, and I'm there in the rear for like 3 days, and I keep hearing every time at the mess hall, in the mess tent, I hear him going, "Oh, good morning, Sergeant Major. Good morning, Sergeant Major." And I'm looking around for a fucking Sergeant Major, until one morning the dude sits down in front of me, and he was a buck sergeant. His last name was Major. And that whole time I was freaking out because I thought, what the fuck is the Sergeant Major doing in here eating with us and shit, you know, that whole time. So I did know a Sergeant Pepper. I can tell you that. But
that sounds good.
I think I'm going to call it out here. I'm going on over 4 hours now.
Yeah, that works. I was just about to say I need to crash.
Yep, I'm going to have to get out of here too. My dogs are looking at me like I'm crazy here and shit.
Hey, Dave,
you are.
And Brian, could I ask you one question before we
before
we call it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I got this idea, just for my personal bullshit, about like next time I have a barbecue, about asking 10 questions, like the best Mandela effects, but like I wouldn't tell them. It's just like write it on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah.
What do you think the best 10 Mandela
the biggest slam dunk ones that you're gonna definitely get them on?
Yeah, exactly. So I got now I got spell dilemma, because that's one of my big ones. C3PO's leg.
Yeah.
Panama Canal, north to south or east to west. Lion shall dwell with the lamb.
So I would put Ed McMahon, Mr. Rogers, and Mira have to be on the list.
Yeah.
Those are those are super slam dunks, man. I mean, those come right to mind.
And then I got Lion should. I only got like 7.
I think Haas Avocado is a pretty easy one to get people with.
Yeah.
How many people in the JFK car?
Yeah, man, that one I got my father-in-law, man. He's like 80 and he lives in my basement, and he was totally like, "Oh no, there's only 4 people. There's 4 people. It's just a convertible truck." And he was like, for sure. And I showed him all those videos, and he's just like, "Oh, I guess I was wrong. And it's like he lived through it.
Yeah, after all these years, I guess he was just wrong, right? Nothing to see yet.
Yeah. Yeah, he's 80, man.
Mhm.
It's fucking crazy.
Wow. Fruit of the Loom. Ask them to describe the Fruit of the Loom
Oh,
logo.
that's a
That's
good one too, man. I got it
Yeah.
right down. Again. Fruit of the Loom
That's a
is a big
slam,
one for me too. Because I swear I
slam
had
dunk.
underwear, man. I was like 5 years old, and I had underwear with Fruit of the Loom, and it had the loom with the fucking thing. I was like 5. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I remember I have an anchor memory of that because I was sitting on the couch. My mom was folding laundry. And of course, there were undershirts and underpants in there with Fruit of the Loom tags. And I can remember because I was proud of I could name off all the different fruits. My mom had a basket of fruit on the table, wax fruit, and I learned what all the different fruits were with that thing. And so I was looking at that tag and I said, naming them off. And I remember I pointed to that cornucopia and I said, in their basket. And I said, that's a funny looking basket. My mom said, that's called a cornucopia. And I remember that. I was like, cornucopia. And I thought that was such a cool word, cornucopia. That's a cornucopia. And I remember telling my friends that shit. You know, that little basket on the fruit in your underwear? It's called a cornucopia. So I have these anchor memories of that. I know for
Yeah.
sure. And now apparently it's never been there.
It's the only reason I know what it is, dude. Only reason I know what a cornucopia is. That's a huge one. You'll get anybody. The DEA is another one too. Ask people to tell you what the DEA stands for. Nobody will even hesitate, and they're going to tell you the Drug Enforcement Agency.
Do they even make Fruit of the Loom anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't have a cornucopia. It never has in this reality.
See, I thought that was just a change, you know, because I'd noticed it on like new T-shirts and underwear that the cornucopia was no longer there. And I was like, oh, that's odd. They must have changed. Everything does, you know, as it gets corporatized or whatever. So I wasn't in any big shakes. And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean it was never there? You know, and that's where one.
Yeah, I'd say King Tut's a slam dunk. Too. You can
yeah.
King Tut's a good one.
It's an easy one to explain. You know, like to get an answer out of people. You know what's on his head. You know.
Yeah, just for like a game, like it's so awesome. Like I'm totally doing this. Like a game when you have a barbecue just with like 3 or 4 couples, and it's just like, okay, write down your answers after dinner when we're hanging out, having a drink. Fucking write down your answers, and I have like 10 questions, and just see what the fuck they say. It would be so fucking awesome, and then come back and yeah.
Tinkerbell on the Wonderful World of Disney. That one, I've got a few people with that one already.
That one's crazy too, because I totally remember that one too, man. Like totally remember, man. In Canada, I'm in Canada. Totally. Every Sunday night there was a fucking Disney
movie.
Yeah, there's a Disney movie on Sunday night. Every Sunday night at like 6 o'clock or whatever the fuck time it was. And I always remember fucking Tinkerbell flying up and waving her wand and like, bam, Disney. And fucking, yeah, now that's fucking gone. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
You know what you guys could make a theme song for your channels. It'd be perfect. You can modify it a little bit. The Magic Garden. Remember that show? This is the garden of make believe. You could say this is the world of make believe, and just ad lib it a little bit.
Yeah.
Have you noticed any of these changes, Mr. B?
The whole world's changing. I'm not blind. I see it. The way people act, people are so.
No, I'm talking about with these supernatural changes in things that apparently
everything's changing. From the government to the people in general, people are sensitive anymore. You could walk. When I was a kid, or even a young man, if I walked down the street and flipped off a cop, he wouldn't do nothing. Now they'll turn around and try and run you down almost. If you say anything put anything on public forum on a social media that someone don't like, you're either a racist or something. They got to label everything. It's just like I made a comment before. You know, someone called the cops on in a town near me. They put on Facebook. Some guy turned around my driveway and he parked in front of my house and was taking pictures. But he neglected the fact across the field, his house was a vacant field with chickens and birds and whatever else flying. He was taking pictures, and they called the cops on the guy. It's like, seriously, and it's just like. I don't know. Everybody is just losing it. They followed people like Trump. They followed Biden. Oh, you vote for Biden, you're an idiot. You vote for Trump, you're a racist. It's like, oh my God, the world is just.
Well, yeah, people have always been, I think, somewhat divided on some of these issues. But,
but
you're
we're
right.
not like they are now.
Within the last few years, I've noticed to the point of fighting mad, where they want to fucking kill on each other and shit.
It's like the guy in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He literally, his neighbors were throwing snow on the curb in front of his house. He came out and said, "Don't throw snow." They said we had no place to put it. They didn't have a curb. He went in his house, got a gun and shot him, didn't kill him, and he didn't finish him off. He went in his house, got an AK-47, blew him away, and then went in the house and shot himself. It's like, who does that over snow?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people getting blowed out of shape about some of the most really ridiculous stuff. Dreamy, you got any last words tonight before we go?
Not really. I mean, it's been an interesting night.
Right on.
I always learn a little something and hope I can impart some things I know too.
Sure enough,
man. Everybody out. I think we should keep sharing.
What's a man-doozled TikTok? I don't know, Renee.
I don't want to know.
I don't know.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here, Dreamy.
All right.
Bearsworth, anything you want to add before we go?
Man, I just want to say thanks to Dave, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
I've been watching you on that whole Paul and Slave bullshit, man. It's so retarded. Man. Anyways, I don't even want to talk about it, but it is so retarded. Anyways, it's just like fighting for no reason. But
I agree.
Like this is so much nicer. This is like so. Like, you let me on the stream. I don't even. This is the first time I've been to your stream, and you let me on. Like, no questions asked. I'm just some random guy. It's so awesome. But
well, you got something to say. That's the thing about this. I'm just a dude like you.
Yeah. And you're not attacking me. It's just like, but when I watch, some of those streams, man, it's just like so much drama and fucking craziness. It's just retarded. It's insane to me. I don't know. Like, this is, and that's what. Yeah. As soon as I saw that you are like a understandable guy, and like you're open and you don't attack people, I'm like, fuck, I'm following this guy because you're not a fucking shit disturber. But anyways,
no,
thanks for letting me on.
Too much of that crap going on as it is, Bearsworth. There really is. There ain't no need for it. And the way if you look at it for what it is, and it's this simple. I just live by this, that, you can take a handful of darkness into a lit room, and you cannot darken the room. You open your hand and the darkness is gone. You take a small amount of light into a darkened room, and you expose it, and you'll illuminate the room. Maybe only just a little bit, but you still illuminate it.
Man, I saw it right away. I don't know why so many people are falling for this that shit.
I know.
It's so many people, like even Zetetic Warrior. I don't understand. And even Grower, what's his name? Grower, and they are like Unslaved, the unslaved one, and they're like talking about him like he's like so amazing, and it's just like, fuck, what has this guy done? Like, I don't know, but I don't understand it either.
It's dark energy. It's dark wizardry. I recognize it for the magic aspect of what it is, and it has malevolency behind it. However, as I've stated before, it's like, no, you're not qualified. I'm probably not the best target.
I can tell that like Zetetic Warrior is awesome. I fucking love him. Fucking Gardner, the other guy too, is awesome, but they both like so support. But anyways, it doesn't matter. It's
right.
Fucking bullshit drama.
I just do my thing, man. I can't get caught up in personalities.
Exactly.
you know, and I'm not going to get caught up in that crap there. You know, I mean, I've got better things to talk about. This is why, you know, like Brian comes on and he's just a wealth of information on this shit. You know, it's like he and I are on the same page, and he's brought me into some stuff that I didn't know, and got me wondering, you know, down whole new avenues. And that's part of that unchained mind aspect to it too, you know.
Oh yeah.
If you concrete yourself into a belief system, there again, the middle word of that being lie, in belief, that you have to be open to new suggestion, new ideas, and things will cut in there and make sense to things in your own mental narrative that were incomplete before. And from those, you can actually formulate new ideas that get you closer and closer to understanding what's going on, you know?
Definitely. Anyways, I commend you, Dave.
Thank you,
Brian. Everyone.
Thanks, brother.
And peace. You guys are awesome. Keep doing what you're doing.
Right on. Well, Brian, you got anything you want to leave us with tonight?
Just thanks for having me on. Appreciate the conversation, and it was cool. And I'll be live in 13 hours with Blue Pac-Man, My Awakening. Going to be a really interesting show, and it's always cool when people with different views can talk and be civil about it. So I appreciate all you guys. And, I'll see you guys later.
All right. See you later, Brian. I'll talk to you later. Everybody, thanks for coming. Those of you in the chat, we'll be coming back on live again very soon. As you know me, I kind of fly by the seat of my pants. One of these days, I'm going to stop procrastinating and, you know, set myself down to a concrete schedule.
No, you won't. You're having too much fun.
Well, we usually have Tuesdays, so I at least have that one. I always know I'm doing something Tuesday. Everybody knows because that was the birth.
I miss your tinfoil hat though.
Yeah. Well, I got it. It's over here. In fact, I just had to move it out of the way a little while ago to get to something. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming. As we say on Sovereign Soul, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and for God's sake, stay the fuck away from a doctor unless you're about to keel over dead. Y'all have a good night, and we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Yeah.
That's